morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the Italian Tech Week. It seems that the last 3 days, the last 2 days, yesterday, today, and then tomorrow, we are living in a world of utopia. All the people I met, they were talking about the future, the innovation, a better world, prosperity, a better humanity. We range from innovation in energy, nuclear, from healthcare. Today we're talking about robotics, surgery, healthcare. Tomorrow we'll be talking about agriculture. It's a fantastic utopian world. But then there's another world, which is the world outside that seems a dystopic world. It seems dystopia. And there, what we hear every day on the news is about conflicts, is about climate challenges, it's about barriers, it's about immigration, it's about anxiety. There is not one single word that I heard tomorrow, that I heard yesterday, that was about anxiety, that was about worry about the future. All the words that I heard were about the wave ahead, how technology will be shaping the future. And so, which word is true? Are we here inside naive? Are we just dreamers? Are we an elite that is able to think and shape the future, while outside there's another world? No, I don't think this is the case. I think that there is only one word. But what needs to be happening is that this word that works on innovation in the future includes the other words and really shape the other word. I see a risk, and the risk is that this word of utopia remains a little word that has no real impact if we stay close. So it is not a luxury to invest on innovation or invest in art. It is not a luxury to talk about the future. It is a deep, a profound need that we have today even more. And how do we do this? We do this by building this innovation ecosystem that talk about the future. This is what OGR is. OGR is a place where people physically meet, human being meets and talk and discuss about the future to have a real impact. And how do you do this? You do this by building communities. This is what we try to do every single day. So we are proud host of the Italian Tech Week for this reason, because it puts together people from all over the world to discuss about the future, to have a real impact, to be sure that there is not a dystopic world outside. Therefore, with the spirit of urgency to make an impact, enjoy the Italian Tech Week and enjoy OGR. Welcome for this second day.
Good morning, everyone. Congratulations to you for being early risers. You get this show all to yourselves for now. I'm Ileana Pirozzi. I lead healthcare investments at Lingotto Innovation, and it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to the healthcare sessions at Italian Tech Week. So this conference has been pushing us to think about a future populated by robots, by agents, and AI, but the sessions ahead will actually remind us that the true purpose of technology is to make us more human. And when machines progressively unburden us from the routine tasks, what will be left and what will matter most is how we take care of each other. And healthcare has still a lot of work to do. If you look at history, every leap in human progress followed a breakthrough in healthcare. Vaccines doubled our life expectancy in the same century. Antibiotics made infections survivable. And minimally invasive surgery made procedures routine. So these innovations didn't just save lives, they reshaped our entire societies. And yet, today, healthcare seems to be a little stuck. While other industries exploit the exponential gains brought about by technology, healthcare is still scaling linearly. We have one doctor, one nurse, one patient at a time. Every unit of economic output requires one or more units of human labor. And this means productivity lags, costs will rise faster than we can constrain them, and we increasingly face the question of how do we do more with less? How do we bend the cost curve while also improving patient outcomes? The good news is that the tools we have at our disposal are extraordinary, and so are the people building in this industry. I think there's few companies that show this better than Intuitive Surgical, the creators of the Da Vinci system. Over 14 million patients around the world have benefited from this technology, proving that robotics belongs to medicine. And true to their DNA, this company keeps pushing the frontier. They are now bringing AI into surgery. So to share what this means for the future of patient care, please join me in welcoming, all the way from Denver, Colorado, Intuitive Surgical VP of Global and US Marketing and Corporate Communication, Jason Hart.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is fantastic to be here with all of you today with some of the most brilliant minds in AI and robotics. It's quite the honor on behalf of Intuitive to join you. So to start, I want you to imagine with me a day. Imagine a day when a patient receives a diagnosis for lung cancer and hours later receives a life-saving surgery compared to waiting weeks or sometimes months to have that same operation. Imagine a day when a surgeon is able to review their video following a case, and actually AI lays on top of it ways that they could improve. And imagine a day when a patient goes home the same day after surgery, after Da Vinci surgery, and AI's help them avoid complications. The truth is, the reality is, that's happening today. That's not a distant future. It's happening now across Italy. It's happening in Turin, as I visited some hospitals yesterday. And it's happening across the globe. Healthcare transformation of surgery has already started. But there's also a bigger, brighter future that we are going to imagine together. So now I want to look out a little bit further. I want you to imagine a day for a moment where during the procedure, AI is analyzing the case and identifying complications before they happen, in many ways slowing down the procedure for the surgeon so the patient can heal faster, more safely. Imagine a day when surgeons are able to collaborate from across the globe, bringing expert care to the most remote and underserved communities, shrinking the globe in terms of care for people. And when we add advanced imaging technology to that same connection, the picture gets even bigger. So imagine a day when 3D imaging, augmented reality, virtual reality are seamlessly embedded into every procedure that a surgeon performs. AI is what's going to weave all these imaginary ideas together for the patient. For the surgeon, it feels like superpowers. To the patient, it feels like safer, faster healing, back to their family, back to what matters most. And that's why we exist. That is why Intuitive exists, is to make those imaginary future ideas a reality today for patients across the globe. And we've been in this for 30 years now. We are pretty humbled. We created the category robotic-assisted surgery 30 years ago. And because of that focus on the patient and humanity, as you've heard already twice this morning, I believe it's helped us endure that 30 years to become not only the leader, but more importantly, impact 17 million lives already. And I bet if I had you raise your hands right now, you know someone, a loved one or a family member or a friend that has been impacted by robotic-assisted surgery. And that's what fuels us on a daily basis. And so for us, when we think about technology, we're at a technology conference, we're talking about artificial intelligence, we use guiding principles to figure out how do we actually invest and where do we focus. And many times in the US, they refer to these as the quintuple aim. But it's all centered around improving outcomes for people, improving the care team experience, improving the patient experience. And when we do that, we actually lower the total cost of care. And that's happening in Italy and across the globe. And then probably most importantly, how do we democratize care and surgical excellence so that it's not just in unique hospitals if you know the right place to go, but all patients across the globe have access to the best quality of care. And when we deliver innovation to these principles, something powerful happens. The results, the impact follows. And so large meta-analyses studies have shown Da Vinci surgery is actually improving compared to open and laparoscopy in terms of the impact on people. So picture open surgery, big open incisions that your family members probably have had in the years past. Laparoscopy, manual kind of stick instrumentation. Da Vinci surgery is now proven to send patients home sooner with less complications and back to their lives sooner. And something profound happens. When the impact shows up, we start to see patients and surgeons demand the technology because they want that benefit as well. And so the adoption follows. And so I share this is the US adoption of Da Vinci within healthcare, within surgery. And I share it because I think it's a great proxy for the transformation that's happening across the globe. At the end of this year, nearly 1 in 2 soft tissue operations in the US will be done with Da Vinci robotic surgery compared to open and compared to laparoscopy. And that's because of the proven outcomes that we just discussed. But think about that progress that's there and that curve and the trajectory of it. But think about that really without many of the AI innovations that we are launching today. So think about the progress we made without it, and now we layer on top of that AI, and the picture gets much larger. It grows. We believe 8 million patients annually, that's 8 million people, could benefit from intuitive technology with what's in the world today. But then, as we show more advancements, innovations with artificial intelligence, as you'll hear from myself and Filippo Filicori today, the picture gets much broader. And 22 million people or more annually could benefit from what we're doing. And that's why the timing of this meeting is incredible. And we're so excited to be here with all of you because it times perfectly with the launch and the introduction of our Da Vinci 5 system here in Europe. Da Vinci 5 is the most advanced and capable robotic system and platform we've ever designed, and actually the most advanced and capable in the industry. And with it, we bring 10,000 times the computing power. And that unlocks so much potential for surgeons to give them superpowers during the procedure, giving them higher levels of acuity during the case, higher levels of precision and vision and collaboration so they can operate on patients even remotely in the future. When they're at the instruments, as we'll show you in a few moments, they're actually able to feel tissue at their controllers now and collaborate in real time. It sets up the future for AI in so many profound ways that previously we could not. And so I want you to meet Da Vinci 5. We're very excited to bring one here with us today on stage for the first time at Italian Tech Week. This is the surgeon console. We'll give you a brief demonstration of it in a few moments. But the surgeon would have their hands in the controllers here, fully immersed inside the viewer. And in many ways, the technology brings that surgeon inside the patient. So they have full 3D visualization, actually magnified 3D beyond what we're seeing even in this room right now. Heightened dexterity, higher acuity, and because of that 10,000 times computing power, something powerful happens. That because of that connectivity and computing power between the surgeon and the patient, we're able to not only provide insights and recommendations in real time, we're able to collect so much information to improve on in the future. So the data set and the experience grows dramatically. So we're collecting everything from kinematic movements and the movements of the instrumentation to the forces being applied at the fingertips to so many other metrics in surgery. And what's powerful is that as we start to aggregate all that data across a million procedures across the globe, you start to see and can envision the future and the potential of what we can do with it for all those imagined ideas, how we make them a reality today. And that's where we usher in this era of artificial intelligence. We believe it will impact patient care and will improve the care for patients globally. And our mission is not to replace the surgeon. Our mission is to give the surgeon superpowers. Again, those heightened senses so patients can heal faster. And one of the most powerful, I think, solutions and what will happen with artificial intelligence in surgery is that it will be a force for equity. A force for equity. It will enable us to understand what does great surgery look like, what is excellence, and how do we scale that across the globe to new learners, to expert learners, and everything in between. So that it doesn't matter where you're at in the globe. You will get excellent care. It doesn't matter what hospital your loved one shows up at or your friend shows up at. They can expect to receive that same excellent care from New York to LA, Sicily to Turin, same level of care. That is how we shrink the globe with technology, with robotics, and with artificial intelligence. And it gets us so excited about what's possible. And to do that, we envision AI operating over the shoulder with the surgeon. So in other words, at the point of care, at the moment during surgery, giving expert guidance. Think of it as another set of eyes in the surgical field, over the shoulder assistant, if you will, based on the millions of other procedures that expert surgeons have done. So sounds very interesting. Let's talk about how do we bring that to life. So I'm going to bring that to life with a bit of a hypothetical example. And I'm going to take you inside the Da Vinci 5 to what the surgeon would see and be able to do with the platform. And so with the immersive technology, this is a hypothetical example. By the way, we will show a little surgical footage, so hopefully you're not squeamish. This would be a challenging colorectal procedure, a right hemicolectomy. It's on an elderly patient. This patient has Crohn's disease. This is a grandmother of 5. She wants to get back to life sooner for her family. So Dr. Jane is the surgeon in this case. Dr. Jane sits down at the console. It's a super complex operation, but Dr. Jane is not alone. She has the power of the Da Vinci 5 system, but more importantly, she has the insights collectively from millions of other procedures and thousands of expert surgeons in that moment with her in the operating room. So when she sits down, the system automatically flags the highest outcome risk for the procedure. In this case, it's perforation of the bowel, which means basically a tear in the colon while they're doing the procedure. And it flags 2 steps that could cause that. The first step is during the colon mobilization, the handling of the tissue, if you will. And the second step is the anastomosis. In other words, the suturing step. So it flags those as the highest outcome risks. She starts the procedure. And at the beginning of it, as soon as she gets near the bowel, the system with machine vision identifies the anatomy in real time. And then it actually limits the amount of force she can apply on that tissue in that moment. In this case, it's the 2 newtons. Now, just like lane assist for cars, of course, she can override it at any moment. But she chooses not to because the evidence by the community at large has demonstrated that this is safer. Again, how does it know? Because machine vision is identifying in real time over the shoulder all this critical anatomy. And with Da Vinci 5, we have force feedback, so we can limit the amount of force she applies at any moment in time. It's incredible what this technology can do. But we're not done. So now, the next step of the procedure towards the end of it is the anastomosis. In other words, the closure of the bowel. When it comes time for that step, the system asks Dr. Jane, do you want the system to auto-suture for you? During that step, she says yes, and then it maps the approximation points and highlights the exact tension, ideally, of the suture in that moment. At that time, Dr. Jane relinquishes control to the Da Vinci 5, but she has her hands on the controls. At any point in time, she can take control back and manage it. But the system takes over, complete confidence and closure based on all the data and evidence of expert surgeons, and completes the step, allowing Dr. Jane to focus on what's critical and the other points of the procedure to make sure that patient has an incredible outcome. Patient goes home the same day, back to her 5 grandchildren. Now, this is a hypothetical example, but I believe you can see, while it may be aspirational, it will be transformational. And that's the level that we will get to with surgical automation. And if you think about self-driving cars that started with lane assist and now autopilot, think about surgical automation in the same manner. It's going to start with a foundation of good data, great data in a large data set, and that's accumulating now. The machine is then going to start to identify anatomy, and once it does that, it's going to identify what are the risks, what are the issues, what could come during the procedure. And then it's going to start giving insights, just like lane assist, just like I showed in that video, where keeping surgeons away from and avoiding complications. And then finally, when the evidence is great enough, we will unlock the ability to auto-suture, to do surgical automation. And it's not science fiction. There'll be a very stepwise approach to get there as confidence builds, as safety builds, and the innovators, like Dr. Filicori, help lead the way with intuitive. And that's why we love what we do and why we exist, because we don't just design technology for the sake of it. There's some incredible technology with Da Vinci 5 and everything we're doing with artificial intelligence, but we design it to impact patient care on a massive scale, to impact humanity. And it's already happening, and the adoption is accelerating more. Every 9 minutes in Italy, a patient receives a Da Vinci surgery operation, and every 11 seconds globally, a patient receives a Da Vinci surgery. So think about that. In the 12 minutes I've been up here, dozens of patients, that's dozens of families, loved ones, friends, have went home with a successful Da Vinci surgery. Healthcare transformation has already begun, and this has been such a key catalyst for it. And so as I close, the theme of the meeting is the wave of AI. And I would submit to you that it's not coming. It's actually already begun. And it's accelerating, and the momentum is gaining stronger and stronger. And I will tell you, on behalf of Intuitive, we are so thrilled to partner with surgeon innovators, with AI experts, with researchers, so that we can make those imagined ideas that we started with a reality today for patients, for your loved ones, and humanity. I thank you so much, everyone. It is an honor for Intuitive to work with researchers and innovators like yourselves, and we can't wait for what's next. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jason, for a very powerful glimpse of what's coming up. I don't know about all of you, but I can't wait to see this thing come to life. And
we'll do it. We'll bring it to life.
Of course, robots come to life with incredible humans.
That's right.
And I think the real frontier is not man or machine, but the magic that happens when they come together.
That's right.
So, if 20, 30 years ago when you guys started, surgeons might have been scared, like you said, of getting replaced by the robot. But I think what we're seeing today is actually that robotic surgery training are some of the most ambitious programs in surgery, and some of the most ambitious doctors are going for
They are. And
robotic surgery
it's that innovation of healthcare and technology, but it's the community that does it.
Yeah.
And we can't do it without the partnership with the world.
So let's bring one of them on. It's our pleasure to welcome on stage now a surgeon who is shaping that future. He's not just a surgeon, he's also an expert in AI, in data, in robotics. He oversees surgical innovation at Norwell Health, which is the largest healthcare system in the United States Northeast. He's a professor of surgery and heads a lab of researchers, AI scientists, and fellow surgeons. From New York City, please join me in welcoming Dr. Filippo Filicori.
Filippo.
All right.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. This was exciting.
It's amazing to be here with you. You know, you have, Filippo's very humble, but what I'll say is an innovator for the last 8 years. You saw the vision for this, and you have pioneered and led robotic surgery to incredible places, and we just thank you for that. And so when this came up, it was just such a cool honor for myself and for Intuitive to join you out here, especially in your home country and not too far from home. So.
Yeah, it's an honor to be here.
Yeah, cool.
Should we show them
Let's
some
show
of
them
the
what we
features?
got. Let's
Beautiful.
do it. Yeah, and you know, we talked a lot already about the impact and on patients, but you've seen this firsthand. So as you're sitting down, tell us a little bit more, like what do you see are the advantages compared to open surgery, compared to laparoscopy?
Yeah, well, let me just show you guys like what a laparoscopic instrument looks like. I mean, it's a great instrument. I've done thousands of procedures with this, but you know, it clearly doesn't match the amount of technology that is being deployed right over here. And I'm gonna sit down and show you a simulation over here of a laparoscopic cholecystectomy. The laparoscopic instrument, you know, it's a straight stick. It opens and closes, it rotates 360 degrees. But as you can see in this simulation over here, the robotic instrument can fully articulate and basically mimic wrist inside of the patient. So I can have full articulation of the instrument, and that allows me to have a much higher degree of freedom. The other advantage of the robot is that I can have full control of the procedure myself. So with just pushing a button here, I can basically control the fourth arm. And with the fourth arm, you know, I can basically give myself retraction or do some other tasks. And, you know, and this is very different from laparoscopy, because in laparoscopy, in order to carry out a procedure like that, you would need like 2 experienced surgeons at the bedside. And with robotic surgery, I oftentimes in New York, like operate on my own with a nurse at the bedside. The other advantage is clearly given by the enhanced visualization. So this is like a 3D camera that really allows you to look around and have unparalleled clarity in the images you have. And there's also advanced imaging modalities. So for example, when I activate the Firefly feature, I can use and leverage these endovascular dyes that we're using, and that ties selectively to certain tissues. So this one, for example, ties selectively to biliary tissue, and I can see the gallbladder, I can see stones, I can see where I'm operating. And obviously, like we're working on other endovascular dyes, including the ones that, for example, tie down to cancer. So when you're doing cancer surgery, you can actually see the cancer with your own eyes. And then, you know, perhaps like the most exciting feature of the robot is the ability to collect all of the data. As Jason mentioned before, right, we can really like get a lot of data around your performance, the kinematic data and the force data, because really like the biggest advantage of the robot hasn't been even leveraged yet, because the robot is basically a buffer between the surgeon and the patient. And by collecting all of that data, we can get invaluable insights into my performance and potentially get intraoperative navigation feedback and so on.
Absolutely.
And last but not least, you know, the ergonomics. You know, when you're doing surgery 12, 14 hours a day, you know, you get home, you're sore. And with the robot, you can actually sit down and, you know, surgeon wellness matters. And, you know, if you can prolong your career by 10 years because you don't have to stand up and be in unnatural poses while you're operating, that's an asset as well.
Absolutely. You know, and you talked about evidence and data. Let's talk a little bit more about that. So a few of the customers I was visiting in the local area yesterday, we talked about the value in simple as well as complex surgery and the data that's followed. And so you've collected your own data, you've analyzed it. Talk a little bit more about the advantages for the patient.
Yeah.
Especially in those, you know, from simple to complex.
Yeah, I mean, I think like, you know, for example, there are procedures that right now are being performed only with the robot. Like look at, for example, cardiothoracic surgery, cardiac bypasses, minimal invasive bypasses, and so on. Those are almost exclusively performed by the robot. Look at like urology, so prostatectomies and so on. Those are also like, laparoscopy has been almost entirely replaced by robotic surgery. Look at liver transplants, you know, Modena like leading the way, being one of the first centers in the world to offer a robotic liver transplant. That could not be done laparoscopically.
Yeah.
There are areas in which like robotics offers like a great advantage over laparoscopy. And like, for example, whenever you're operating into a restricted environment, like for example, the chest or the pelvis, the robot really helps you out doing better quality surgery. Or for example, when I operate in an environment like, the chest, so when I'm doing like gastroesophageal surgery, it's a tight environment, and having like all of the articulation really helps me doing a better job. And then, there's the benefits in the smaller procedures. So whenever you're doing even like inguinal hernias or gallbladders, obviously having, all of the enhanced visualization and the enhanced control that allows you to really diminish the tissue trauma and improve the quality of your surgery. And, obviously, like, quality matters, and the amount of pain that you're getting after surgery is a function of how much tissue trauma is being generated. And that reduces, the operative stay and the bleeding and so on. And, I mean, I know that you have a personal experience of that, Jason. Isn't it true?
Yeah, no, absolutely, yes. We shared that a lot as we got ready for today. I'm actually a Da Vinci inguinal hernia patient myself. I was training for a marathon and got an inguinal hernia 5 years ago. Had the operation, it was actually during COVID, believe it or not. And I remember going into the operating room, seeing the Da Vinci kind of sitting in the corner as a surreal moment. It was the technology that I've worked on to help others in the world, and all of a sudden it was treating myself. Like I said, we all become patients at some point. I woke up afterwards, went home the same day, back to work the next, and didn't take a single opioid, zero. And so I think that's, to your point, Filippo, the incredible technology and the ability to have less trauma on tissue. I felt it firsthand. And I also felt the impact that surgeons can have, expert surgeons like yourself. So I actually want to pause for a moment and give surgeons like Dr. Filicori and around the globe a thank you for how they care for people. So thank you. Now let's talk about, you train residents, fellows, you have a passion for training. And in many ways, this is how we start to democratize surgical excellence. So talk a little bit about what simulation does and how it enables training.
Yeah, I mean, simulation has been woefully underutilized in the history of surgery. I mean, if you think about higher high-stakes fields like aeronautics, like no pilot would sit down on a 737 without having like thousands of hours of simulation. And surgery should be no different. I mean, it's very difficult to render like the human body. It's, the obstacles are not solid like the ones that you see in the real world, but the human body is like a deformable entity. And so it's a little harder to account for that. But, the thing is that with the newest technologies like generative AI, for example, they're going to unlock like the possibility to create simulation like we've never seen before. Especially like, when you're creating one of these environments, you used to need like hundreds of engineers and thousands of hours in order to render just an environment. And with generative AI, that effort like shortens by tens or 100 orders of magnitude. It's very important like for surgeons to simulate training. And I don't think it's like completely fair for patients like to have surgeons like operate on them until like they're completely ready. So that's what we're doing at our program. We're using like simulation in order to create benchmarks and to give enhanced performance analytics and create benchmarks for trainees that they have to abide to before they're actually cleared to be at the console with me and operate in the real world. So the American Board of Surgery, it's definitely taking notice of that. And simulation, it's going to get increasingly implemented into our training programs.
That's fantastic. And you've been a pioneer and have been committed to it for the last 7 years, and I think now it's starting to pay off for the world. So last question for the Q&A is, especially coming out of COVID, staffing challenges across the globe in healthcare is a very consistent theme. Not enough nurses, not enough first assist, not enough care team members to support the rooms. So let's talk about Da Vinci surgery. What role can that play in minimizing the staff, making it simpler on the staff so we can scale and actually bring this care to all in the world?
Yeah, so I mean, as I was mentioning before, like, you know, with the robot, you can actually control all 4 arms, and also you can control the camera yourself. So instead of having like 2 experienced operator at the bedside, I can actually do the surgery completely on my own, and I have like a nurse at the bedside helping me. And that, you know, obviously like cuts down on the staff and opens up you know, a whole slew of new opportunities. Look at, like, for example, like remote surgery, right? Like, for the first time in the history of medicine, we are going to be able to operate from a place different than the point of care. And you know, that is very exciting, I think. And I mean, I think also like the robot streamlines like the surgical instruments by a lot. Like, you know, if you're doing like an open case or a laparoscopic case, you need these like bulky trays of instruments. They need to be sterilized, you know, they need to be open and so on. With a robot, like, you can use like 5, 6, 7 disposables and get most of the cases done that way. So I think it's a huge adjunct also when it comes down to streamlining like the organization of the operating room.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Intuitive, we want to provide entire ecosystem. So we've talked a lot about training today, and we want to make sure it's not just about the technology, it's about building great Da Vinci, it's about building great robotic programs. And you need leaders like Dr. Filicori, but you also need training models, you need exercises, and all the ecosystem that surrounds it. And so with that, everybody, let's give a round of applause for Dr. Filicori in the demonstration. And thank you all. You know, I think thank you for the partnership. Intuitive, we can't do it alone, and I think a theme of the meeting you hear with the other tracks beyond healthcare, this is a partnership between researchers, innovators, and in our case, surgeons, clinicians with Intuitive to build this vision together, and we couldn't do it without you. So thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Great job, man.
Enjoy.
All right, Jason, it's gonna be tough to top Jason up. You know, it's a huge honor for me as an Italian, as a doctor, to be standing up on this stage today, and I wanted to give a huge thank you to Ileana Lingotto, Diala, and Elena at Vento for the opportunity to be here. You know, it's been a pretty long journey ever since I left Bologna 15 years ago. Surgery has evolved a lot. And, you know, when I left Bologna, I never thought that I would have been able to experience all of this, let alone being part of this revolution. We started off doing open surgery, and for millennia, we've been doing surgery with big cuts. And then we went on to laparoscopy, right? All of a sudden, we were able to do surgery with smaller incisions, with cameras. But, you know, as I showed you, laparoscopy and operating with straight sticks, it's really hard. And then came the robot, and the robot allowed us to have like enhanced dexterity, enhanced visualization. But I don't think that the main features of the robot is being exploited yet, because, you know, the ability to collect data and the ability for the robot to be a buffer between me and the patient, that's what's going to take robotic surgery to its next phase. And this is one of the first models that we deployed. This is actually the first time that we deployed an AI computer vision model in real time in the operating room. It was like 6 years ago. It was a team of 3 young doctors and 1 Columbia engineering student. And we're all really excited. And as you can see over here, our stack was very primitive. It was a bunch of GPUs held together with Scotch tape. But, you know, nevertheless, we were excited at what we were achieving, being just 3 doctors. And we took on that excitement, and we dove in even deeper, and we started doing research with positional kinematic data. As you can see, on the left, you have a simulation. On the right side, you have the instruments of the robot being tracked in real time in the 3-dimensional environment. And this is a huge opportunity because, all of those movements, they're obviously correlated to the performance of the surgeon. Have we shown that the performance of the surgeon and the movements that the surgeon carries out in the surgical procedures are actually correlated to outcome in one of our papers? This is a sleeve gastrectomy, which is a surgery that we do for weight loss, where we basically divide the stomach. And we use a stapler that you see over there on the left. And if we track down the stapler, those are the yellow dots, we can actually reconstruct the shape of the stomach. And by rendering the shape of the stomach, we're able to tell if the patient is going to do good or if the patient is not going to do good. Because the goal is for everyone to abide to the same standards, to raise the bar of surgery so that everyone from Torino to Messina gets the same quality surgery all the time. But you can't democratize surgery if you don't talk about surgical education, right? Becoming a surgeon, it's a pretty long journey. It's about 12 years. And so we started doing a lot of work around surgical simulation. On the left side, you see a trainee, an early trainee, practicing suturing. On the right, on the middle, you see a more experienced trainee. On the right side, you see VR training. So what we did, we took our trainees and we randomized them. We're a very big healthcare institution, and we randomized our trainees to either go VR simulation or physical AI training or physical training. So basically with a robot attached to a physical platform. And we found that there was no difference between physical training and VR simulation. But we wanted to do more than that. And so we started creating models, AI model, computer vision models that would allow us to evaluate the quality of our trainees and how well did they suture. So in this model that we created, we're looking at a trainee suturing. We divided the suturing act into 4 sub-steps, and we can know where the trainee can improve, and also if the trainee has reached a benchmark so that he's ready to come to the operating room and sit right next to me to operate on a real patient. And, enter the world of generative AI. Of course, as I was telling you, rendering these training environment, it's incredibly time-consuming. But nowadays, with generative AI, we can just use data and a prompt, and that's can unlock like a completely synthetic environment. All of these videos that you see over here are all synthetic. And this technique has been used in many other fields, like humanoid robotics, for example, or self-driving cars, where you can create environments where the models can actually learn at 10,000 times the space that they would into the physical reality. And so we want to create a simulation environment on demand for our trainees so that I can just like prompt my simulator to generate a difficult surgical operation, and it will come right for them on demand. And speaking of on demand, this year, as I was telling you earlier, I've seen a lot of evolution, especially when it comes down onto the telecollaboration aspect of things. Because when I'm operating and I'm in trouble, I can now prompt one of my colleagues that can take out his laptop or can take out his iPhone and basically look at the surgery and how I'm performing surgery and can give me feedback and can help me out remotely. This can also be done on a remote surgical basis. So if I have this console, I can actually sit down at the console and help out another surgeon in a remote location. And we've shown this 2 months ago at the Society for Robotic Surgery meeting in Strasbourg, where surgery was performed between France and Atlanta. This is like revolutionary because it's the first time in the history of medicine where basically a surgeon is able to perform surgery at a different point of care. And when you work in a healthcare system like mine, this is my healthcare system where we have 28 hospitals, across all New York State. You see that the talent usually tends to cluster around like the big metropolitan area like Manhattan. But I want to be able to deliver the best care, not just to the patient in Manhattan, but also to the patient all the way out in Long Island, the Hamptons, or Westchester. And being able to perform surgery remotely is a huge advantage for that, to equalize care. And in the last leg of my talk, I'm going to talk about the future a little bit. Imagine a future where you can actually book a case and book like a surgeon and a surgical visit with no issue. Imagine a world where you can actually call someone at the national healthcare system 24/7 and discuss with someone 24/7 about your medical problem. Imagine a world where your healthcare providers are not burned out by having to spend 30% of their time writing notes and charts. Imagine a world where their decision-making is standardized from Torino to Messina. They all use the same decision-making tools that are validated with hundreds of thousands of cases. This future is already here. These products are already existing and are actually based on pretty simple technology, but foundation models that are actually open sourced. But as you probably have known, like I deal a lot with the operating room, and I do a lot of research in the operating room as well. The #1 use cases in the operating room are actually safety and efficiency. On the left side, you see some use cases related to safety. We use a safety checklist at the beginning of a surgical operation, where we basically go through a checklist like a pilot, and in order to avoid never events. Never events still happen in the operating room in 1 in 10,000 operation. A foreign body is left in a patient or wrong side surgery can still happen. And by coupling the surgical safety checklist with NLP and voice recognition technologies, we're able to be alerted if a big mistake is about to happen. On the right side, you see a UI that is being created in order to improve the efficiency in the operating room. And so with this UI, basically we're able to monitor the operating room we're able to basically use the operative time in the best way possible, because the operating room is actually the most expensive place in the hospital. It costs about $6,000 an hour to run. And when it comes down to intraoperative navigation, I mean, we've worked a lot on models that basically are able to track your performance, as you see on the left side, that can automatically track if you're in trouble in the operating room, that can give you a score, that can give you indications of where to simulate and how to simulate better and how to improve your skills. And on the right side, you see intraoperative navigation for intraoperative decision making. So basically, this is a model that we've created together with Sages, where doing like a laparoscopic cholecystectomy, the model looks at the operative environment and tells you, yes, it's safe to cut over here, or no, it's not safe to cut over here. And this is a very interesting project, because for the first time, we basically open sourced 1,500 videos for engineers to come up with their own models. And this is something that doesn't really happen that often in the healthcare environment. We're not really well known for open sourcing the data, but I think it's really important that we start doing that, because that is the way forward. And this broke the news about like 2 months ago. For the first time, a team led by Dr. Axel Krieger, a German engineer at Hawkins, performed the first autonomous robotic procedure. Axel is a great guy. He started off a year or two ago with some work around diffusion models and imitation learning on suturing tasks that you see on the left. And then after that, he basically overlaid a large language model policy on top of his diffusion model. And he was actually able to carry out last month or 2 months ago the first robotic cholecystectomy. And you know, I might say this, I might be a little unpopular with some of my colleagues, but we live in a world where 4 billion people have limited access to quality surgical care. And this is definitely a way forward in order to solve that problem. And as a doctor, we need to really dwell into this to make the situation better. And, you know, I wanted to spend this last slide like kind of talking about the future, but, you know, instead I'm going to talk about the present. You know, there's no doubt that we live in a challenging time for the Italian national healthcare system. You know, the doctors are burned out, the funds are dwindling, the cost of care are increasing. But these technologies, they really do a good job at decreasing the cost of care and improving the surgeons' you know, improving their revenue on the care, and so on. And, you know, we can't sit this one out. We really need to invest in these kind of technologies in order to improve the care we deliver. And with that, I wanted to thank my team in New York that made all of these presentations happen, especially Andrew E. Grazie mille.
Grazie, Filippo. Thank you, Jason. So why don't you join me, actually? Sure. I think they're going to take the robot off stage. Oh, and for everyone, they're actually, Intuitive Surgical has been extremely generous. They're going to put the robot in the expo session of the conference. So you can all have a look at it, a closer look at it. You can even try your hand at it. It's a really rare and unique opportunity to do that, unless you plan on becoming a robotic surgeon or you plan on getting a cholecystectomy. So I highly recommend it. So, great talk.
Thank you.
Your story is fascinating. I think I first met you at a...
Above you.
You want to bump down? Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I first met you at a surgical conference, big companies, important surgeons, big stage, and you got up on stage and you started talking about AI and data centers and kinematics, and I just remember the room felt, what is this guy talking about? Is he a charlatan? Is he an alien? But I actually think you're a techno-pragmatist. In a recent interview, you said that your patients are your top priority, and that if an autonomous system could deliver better outcomes than you, then you would stop operating tomorrow. So I think you showed us some preview of the future today. Jason showed us some as well. But I think the audience is wondering, how far are we from that being a reality? And what will autonomy actually mean in surgery? Is it augmentation, upskilling? Is it replacement at some point? Or is it something else entirely?
Yeah, well, I think it's a great question. So, I'm going to give you my sort of like hypothesis of what's going to happen in the years ahead. I mean, the first step is obviously going to be intraoperative navigation, as I showed you before, right? So we're going to have augmented reality user interfaces which guide us as surgeons. And there's a number of companies undergoing FDA clearance for that specific use case right now. At some point, we're going to start seeing some small autonomous actions. So the fourth arm of the robot that I just showed you here, perhaps can be controlled on its own. So if you have a suction that suctions out the field and suctions out the blood, that can be done autonomously. If you need automated retraction, that can be done autonomously. And then you're going to start seeing some use cases like the one that Jason showed, like the self-suturing, right? And probably that will be anywhere between 5 and 10 years from now, where the surgeon just pushes a button and engages the autopilot, and the autopilot takes care of the procedure from that point on. At that point, we will probably start seeing longer and longer moments of the operation being rendered autonomous. And I think that what's going to really happen, it's going to be that you're going to have several autonomous platforms or semi-autonomous platforms that are basically operating at the same time, and a surgeon on call with remote surgery being able to chime in and help out the surgeon whenever there's a question, and help out the robot whenever there's a question, in a more human-in-the-loop kind of interaction.
Very cool. Well, I'd love to think more about what the path between the now and the then sort of looks like. And one of my favorite surgeons once said, surgery is the most intimate negotiation between uncertainty and knowledge, which is a beautiful concept, I think. And you talk a lot about data. In technical fields, data is knowledge. And we talked about autonomous vehicles, where data was certainly the unlock towards autonomy. So my question for you is, in surgery, it feels like, sure, there's data, there's kinematic data, but a lot of the knowledge is captured by your intuition as a surgeon, right? And the difference between a novice and an expert surgeon is often their intuition for anatomy and for the tools they're using. So how much of your intuition do you think we can effectively codify into data? And if so, then what is the most valuable kind of data that we're not capturing today?
Yeah, so I think human intuition and machine intuition right now are they remain two separate entities. For me as a highly performing surgeon, when I go to the operating room, sometimes my brain can take from two different situations, and perhaps my mental model can project into the surgical field and sort of predict what's going to happen with the tissue with a certain interaction. And I can do that, but machine intuition cannot probably do this yet. Machine intuition, is focused on recall, repetition. So the power of the machine right now is the amount of data that you feed into it. And even the autonomous surgery example that I showed you, they're based off a diffusion model, right? It's a model that imitates, and so. It's going to take quite some time, I think, to be able to decode sort of the human interaction, the human action feedback, intuition feedback. But I think it's a fascinating field, and we're perhaps even doing some research in it right now.
All right. That sounds like we'll hear more soon.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Filippo. Always a pleasure. I think this is our cue to move on.
Thank you.
See you later.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Well, not all robots are 6-foot-tall machines with 4, 5, or 6 arms. In fact, some are smaller than a grain of rice. And these microscale robots one day will help us diagnose and treat complex conditions, as we will hear in this next panel. We're also going to dive deeper in the frontier of medical innovation between material science, biology, and AI, and learn how these are converging to treat disorders that were previously thought untreatable. So in the next conversation, we explore how these breakthroughs are being built, the challenges of designing tomorrow's medical solutions, and why the convergence of disciplines will unlock unprecedented opportunities in human health. So I'm thrilled to welcome our next speakers. From Paris, we have co-founder and COO of Robotic, Joana Cartocci. From San Francisco, co-founder and CEO of Vivodyne, Andrei Georgescu. From London, general partner at Local Globe, Julia Hawkins, moderated by General Catalyst investor, Alex Momeni.
We do not have a 6-foot robot here on stage, and you are left with the 4 of us. But hugely exciting to be here. It's my 3rd year here at Italian Tech Week, and honestly, it's incredible to see how much the conference has grown and the quality of the speakers. And we were just talking about this. It's just wonderful to be here. So I hope you enjoy it. I have the great fortune of having these 3 people on this panel with me to talk about biological intelligence and talk about all the advancements in robotics. Where I really want to start is just understanding how people build these companies. For the last 20 years, we've seen a huge amount of success in SaaS businesses, software businesses, trading on the public market. And the example that we just had before with Intuitive is actually a radically different type of company to build. So Joana, maybe starting with you, can you talk a little bit about the principles of building these types of businesses? And as a founder, what you actually need to unlearn from the traditional playbook?
I love that question. I think one of the main things that we had to learn was we had to unlearn what was considered impossible. So we had to learn that impossible is relative. It's relative to mindset, it's relative to time, it's relative, thank you.
Better, okay. We had to learn that impossible is actually relative to time, it's relative to a certain mindset, it's relative to means, and very often that is a limiting factor when we start out with these very bold ideas. And so, until recently was considered impossible to control machines with our minds, or before that, to speak to your loved ones on the other side of the city, of the other side of the world, or see them without traveling. So as our technology evolves and our compounded understanding of the world evolves, so does the notion of impossible. And so being uncomfortable with what is considered impossible really helps when you're building a company like this. And for us, what that actually meant was we had incredible friends and advisors around us who, really opened who defined the understanding, the collective understanding of physics, of microrobotics, of medicine, of drug development, and they all thought that a technology like this was impossible, or at least for the next 20 years. And they all wanted to be part of the adventure to unlock the what if. What if this actually works? What if we can actually make it work? You know, they wanted to have a front row seat to it. And so they opened all the doors for us, and they were our greatest supporters, and today they're our most vocal ambassadors. So this notion of what is possible is actually something we can be more comfortable with.
And Julia, to fund these ideas, you need capital, right? And Local Globe has made a number of investments that are sort of considered deep tech investments, non-traditional businesses to fund. These businesses are complicated, right? Because they have capital risk, they have technology risk, they have go-to-market risk, they sometimes have regulatory risk, and to a certain extent, they have talent risk, right? She just described the fact that you need to bring in all these different disciplines and build a culture. How do you invest at the early stage when you're facing so many different risks?
It's such a great question, and I just have to say that we're at this unique moment in time in Europe where we believe that over the next 20 years, the biggest companies to come out of Europe will be this science and engineering based companies. So it's not just about AI, it's really about these companies that are built on breakthroughs. And so, as you said, we're really proud investors in Robotic, and I can tell you how we thought about underwriting that risk. And exactly the starting point is really about the founders. So starting to understand the mission that Joana and Bertrand were on. And I think the complementarity of them. Bertrand is a veteran roboticist, but also on a personal mission. He lost his mother to glioblastoma. And coupled that with Joana's a linguist. It's a perfect background because they are able to actually build a multidisciplinary team where individuals are highly specialized, but they speak different languages. And so it's really the basis for this company. And then if you look at the market, we know Intuitive Surgical, we're just on stage, and we know that the scale of opportunity, if everything goes right, these become enormous companies. And there have been also many other just billion-dollar outcomes in this space. And then on the point of go-to-market, we spoke with multiple clinicians and neurosurgeons who were so excited about this technology. And actually, at the point that we had invested, they were the ones that had funded Robotic up until that point. And so I think a combination of all of these things, in addition to when we funded them, the round size gave the company enough capital to get to the next inflection point, the milestones that made it more obvious from when we had invested. And so I think, one of the biggest challenges for these companies is that they are anemically funded. And you're basically asking them to do a lot, but it's not enough to show that they've actually reached an inflection point. And so the combination of all of those things just made us so excited to lean in.
Amazing. Well, the topic of the day is biological intelligence, and I think every talk today and throughout the conference is going to focus to a certain degree on generative AI and the potential that it has for humanity. And speaking for the folks on this panel, I think we're super excited by what AI can do for science and engineering and human health. But with every technology wave, there always comes hype. And so, Andrei, when we talk about biological intelligence, can you kind of level set for us where we are today and help us understand what are the breakthroughs that we still need to see to be able to reach the full potential of this wave?
I think the really defining factor of biology and physiology and medicine at large is humans have created the world around us, right? The conference, these buildings, everything that we're wearing and doing, our language, right? The videos and pictures we take. But we did not create our own biology. And so the infinite span of human creation and the ability to train on that data and the accessibility of that data gives us such a profound amount of leverage in training cutting-edge models on that data. And even now we are exhausting that data and doing reinforcement learning and these things, but there is such a vast body of data outside of the domain of biology. But in the domain of biology, we are so limited by the depth and quality of that data on which we can train and to understand how all the just countless depths of biology really function. And if we want to come in and understand how our own bodies work and how we can cure diseases or even not just restore but enhance human function, there's a lot that we have to figure out, and that data is not readily available. And so the biggest bottleneck currently in biology is just the quality and depth of the data sets and their translatability to actual human outcomes and behaviors. And it has not gotten any easier to get that data. You know, our company focuses on creating human data at massive scale by growing these human tissues and experimenting on them. And we think it's absolutely essential to be able to produce raw, experimental, wet human data.
And just to go back to Joanna's point, what if we're successful? What are some of the incredible first and second order effects that people in the audience should expect?
You know, I think looking at our current state of medicine, I don't know if anyone has had a relative or maybe themselves have had cancer. The frontline therapy for most cancers, especially the common ones, were invented 40 years ago, right? Cisplatin, very common first-line therapy, 1978. And I think it is such a failing that we have not produced anything better, right? And I think, I look at myself having studied bioengineering and biology and considered it a personal failure of our field to do anything about it. And so I think with the ability, this is an urgent problem, right? The progress being made, I think, in all other areas of technology, right? I spend most of my day talking to my computer now. Did not know that 3 years ago, right? But it feels like biology and medicine just crawls along when it comes to the therapeutics that we dose for really brutal diseases of today. And the kind of first effect orders is, well, we learn more about how biology works, more drugs make it to clinical trials. I think the second order effects are, you start to think of what does the world look like when disease burden is not so high, when healthcare costs don't cripple and bankrupt people, when first-line therapies are not the cheap options, right, that are like, maybe this will work, instead of a therapy that is known to perform better. Yeah. And largely, I think, everyone in this room might know, right, or at least be a little bit worried about it, but AI is moving pretty quickly. I think it would be wild to think that within 10 years, we will not have artificial intelligence that is better than humans at the vast majority of things, and profoundly better. Not like a little better, right, but unimaginably better. The way that we look at, mice and, squirrels. And if we want to have any hope of maintaining the relevance of our own species, quite honestly, I think being able to reach a very critical inflection of biological transcendence and mastery of our own biology is absolutely essential. I feel like this is one of those things that, I don't know, it seems a lot like, it feels like a helplessness that we can't do anything about. But if we just look at the pace and look at those plots, right, not something that can be easily ignored. And so if we want any hope of biology remaining relevant, even 20, 30 years into the future, like in our own lifespans, right, I think that we have to move very quickly. There's a very limited span before, our planet turns into silicon computers, and we have to move pretty quickly if we want to stay relevant in that period.
Well, I want to give a sort of real-life example now, right, of this challenge that you paint around getting access to data. And, the original topic, I think, for this panel was really around the brain. And the brain has been a mystery, forever. We know a lot about computers and silicon and how neural networks work. We still know very little about the brain. And to do that, sometimes you need to build new measurement instruments and you need to build new infrastructure. OpenAI actually just, started a team to think about how to build new instruments to measure new things, because maybe fundamentally we're not actually looking at the right data. Joanna, I want you to talk a little bit about Robotic. Maybe you can actually even show people what it looks like if you have a tiny robot with you. Talk to us about the features and functionalities it has today, how it collects data, why that's important, and then what people can expect this to actually unlock.
Yeah. So I don't know if you've seen the movie Castle in the Sky by Miyazaki. It's this beautiful story in which there is a floating island in the sky with an incredible blooming nature, thriving nature. And it blooms that way because there is a robot taking care of it, a gardener. And so we thought that that was a great example, an image to illustrate the ambition of the company. I think differently from anywhere else in the body, we lack site-specific and patient-specific data from the brain to help us understand what's going on within ourselves, within our minds. And so there is this heightened need to understand, to better treat, right? Access in the brain is the most complicated thing. Today, our tools are stiff needles that only move through the brain in a straight line, and therapeutics don't actually make it in the right dose to the brain because of the blood-brain barrier, and they destroy the immune system because they're sent through the blood and debilitating the patient's body, and in the hopes of getting therapeutics to the brain. So our tools are inadequate. We need new solutions. And for us, the real choke point, the real bottleneck was access. So we focused on that. We said, if we can create the brain gardener, what if we can send a tool into the brain, a device that can diagnose, treat, and monitor brain pathology, brain disease in a pathological brain? And for that, we needed a device that was small enough, that was precise enough to go exactly where we needed it to go, that could move non-linearly, so along 3D paths, not limited to that straight trajectory. Because today, there are areas that are virtually inaccessible, and we wanted to be able to go there too. And so we developed this device that would have taken 5 different labs to working together for 10 years to be able to come up with. Like you were mentioning earlier, it's extremely multidisciplinary. And it's divided in 2 parts. You have a carrier, and you have multiple extensions that you can plug into the device to specify the use case. So what's beautiful about a device this small is that you can put it in a pocket. And so this tool is something that you can load with a therapeutic or a device, a biopsy tool, or a chemotherapy cargo, gene therapy, cell therapy, to go deliver that therapeutic to a specific place in the brain where you want to have a heightened effect. And so what's extremely exciting, and you were talking about that data, being able to access site-specific and patient-specific data that informs us will unlock a whole different way of interacting with the body and with the brain and understanding brain disease. So we don't develop all the extensions on our own. It's a job of many, A lot has been done in the neuro space. A lot still needs to be done. It's 1 billion people around the world affected by brain disease, a lot more actually. So we are still falling short, and I share your feeling of helplessness, I do think we're at that cusp where technology is mature enough, and we can surf on the data that's being collected and on this new age of AI and robotics to really push our understanding and our ability to go collect that data to inform ourselves and create new therapeutics or devices that can answer the challenges we were mentioning earlier.
Julia, I want to go to you. We just heard 2 founders talk about their platforms in a very expansive way. And so the opportunity, as you mentioned, is enormous. But founders often need to focus on getting an early win, especially in spaces that are capital intensive. How do you think about that as an investor, as you're on this journey, supporting these founders as they go through later rounds and supporting them through their capital fundraisers? How do you help them position, the scale of their ambition with the reality that, we still need to make progress every day towards potentially more focused goals?
I think that's also a fantastic question and something that we work very closely with our founders on. I think it's exactly that. It's, you have to be able to paint a picture of what is possible if everything goes right, but you also have to set the milestones in terms of what you're going to accomplish within this round, and then work backwards from that. I think the things that really attracts me about founders in terms of being able to get to conviction and to working with them in the first place are a couple of things. And one, and you mentioned this before, Joana, is actually around resilience. I find that that founders who have, it's not necessarily about the logos that are on their CVs, which of course are often very, very impressive, but it's about their ability to endure very, very significant setbacks. And so even before working with each other, I've spent a lot of time to try to understand that, because I know that these challenges will come up as we start working together. The other thing is around bringing people in. Like even before you start working with a founder, you actually know and you can see signals of founders being able to attract talent towards their team. And again, I think this is also really important for founders being able to show that during the course of us being able to work together, they will be able to attract the best talent. And so I think the way that you then tell your narrative to the upcoming investors is a combination of the technical proof points, the technical milestones that you've accomplished, but it's also around the people that you've brought on board. It's also around the larger vision that you're working towards.
Thanks, Julia. I have one more question that I want to do a quick fire. Joana, one of the we at General Catalyst just bought a hospital system. It actually closed yesterday, and we're very committed to the transformation of the health system as a whole. One of the challenges has always been bringing life sciences or bringing deep technology into care faster. The time to bring innovation into delivery is on average 15 years, which is another issue, right, around the speed at which medicine moves. How can we work better? How can health systems and entrepreneurs do a better job at bringing this cutting-edge innovation into the clinic at a faster rate?
I think there are multiple nuances to this, but I think a very deliberate and clear intention by governments is key to bringing innovation into ORs or into hospitals in general. It's not the choice of one hospital director or one technology developer or anything like that. It's not one sole company. It needs to be a neural network. It needs to be a deliberate choice from regulators, European or US authorities, so working very closely with the FDA from day one, working very closely with the EMA from day one, and making sure as a founder that your path all the way to market is extremely clear, and that you have used all the leverages that you can to accelerate on bringing that product to market, but also working on a meta level societally to make sure that regulatory moves at the speed you need it to move. And that really is a crux in Europe, where we need to invest in education of regulation, so that regulation can keep up with the pace of AI, data, and robotics also, specifically for medicine, applied in medicine. So I think it's a collective movement where you have to be able to, as a founder, work on multiple levels, and you can't just put your head in the sand and think, oh, it's just let me get through my milestones and bring a product to market and say, hey, I'm here. No, you need to be working on all those different levels at the same time to make sure that when you're ready to launch onto the market, everyone and everything is aligned beside you, to make sure it has the impact it deserves.
Awesome. So we have 15 seconds, so I'm going to ask you to keep this to 5 to 10 seconds each. There's a lot of young people in the room. It's a time full of anxiety for young people. The world is changing a lot. A lot of the jobs that maybe were there, when you were graduating at 21 5 years ago, are no longer there. Outside of your existing companies, if you were starting a company today and you were 18 or 21 years old, where would you spend your time?
I would do the exact same thing. I don't know. I think it's for all this effort that we're putting into the development of new drugs, 95% of them fail. This really critical translation into clinical trials, right? They work in mice, they work in dogs, they go to people and they fail. And decades of people's effort are lost with each one, right? And if you were to say for any other category of product that 95%, right, 19 out of every 20 attempts that you try just completely fail outright, and all of that work is, not really for much, it'd be brutal. You think there must be some underlying problem in this. And there is in medicine, which is you don't know how a drug is going to perform in people until you test in people. And you're doing discovery kind of for the first time in that first clinical trial. And the most important thing, if we want to advance health, is to change that statistic.
I would, people who are in this room are already in the right place. I think deep tech and impact, measurable impact, is a great place to be. So whether you're doing this in healthcare to have a direct impact on people's lives, or energy to power our entire world, in sustainable ways, or whether you're doing it in space to push boundaries, I think there's so much you can do to be helpful and find purpose serving people. So I think that is worth a lifetime,
Julia, where are you going to write checks?
Yeah, well, as an investor, I'm of course just interested not only in the founders that are really focused on solving the biggest problems of our lifetime, whether it's early detection of serious illness in the home, or whether it's going to climate change. But it's not just about the scale of the ambition, but also about the depth of the obsession. And if you're a founder that is looking for investors to speak to, then I would absolutely love to chat to you.
Be obsessed.
Awesome.
Be obsessed.
Be obsessed. Key message. Thank you very much. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. This is moving. Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So thank you to our last panel. It's clear there is still a lot left to build in healthcare, and innovation is great, but innovation alone is not enough. The real question is, how do we scale it? So globally, healthcare represents $10 trillion annual spend. And yet, if you look at the landscape of large cap companies, healthcare has only produced a handful that are worth more than 100 billion. We saw one earlier today. And none of them have reached $1 trillion in value. So why is that? Well, some people argue that healthcare is not one multi-trillion-dollar industry, but thousands of multi-billion-dollar industries that are fragmented by geography, by regulation, by delivery models. But others just point to the fact that healthcare is just uniquely labor-intensive. It's bound by this one-to-one relationship between people and services delivered, and that fundamentally caps scale. But at the same time, we now have AI emerging as a major deflationary force. And in almost every other industry, we've seen that when technology reduces cost and improves efficiency, markets actually get larger. So in healthcare, we really need that kind of deflationary innovation. It's not just important, it's actually becoming existential. So I'm excited to moderate this next panel, where we're going to explore the question of what it will take to build the first $1 trillion healthcare company. What conditions in innovation policy, business models, capital markets need to come together to unlock that kind of scale? So it's a big topic. To help us tackle it, I'm calling on stage two of the world's most influential investors in this space. From Silicon Valley, a physician scientist by training, who now invests at the intersection of medicine, biotechnology, and AI. Partner and head of healthcare at Khosla Ventures, Alex Morgan, joined from London by an investor that has helped back many of the most impactful health tech companies of the past decades, and now drives General Catalyst's global healthcare strategy. Managing Director and Head of Healthcare Assurance, Chris Bischoff. Well, good morning.
Thank you for having us.
Welcome to Turin. So thank you for coming. Thank you for joining us for Italian Tech Week. I think it's both of your first time.
Indeed.
We're very excited to have you. Well, you both are at the helm of funds that are really shaping healthcare investing globally, from Europe to the US and everything in between. So I think for our audience, it would be great to just get a brief introduction of how your funds see the future of healthcare and where you're placing your biggest bets. We can start with Chris.
Yes, so well, thank you again for having us. When we think around healthcare, as you said earlier, it's the largest business in the world. Maybe it's 10 trillion, maybe it's 20 trillion. And it needs a shift towards more proactive care, and it needs a shift to more technology, needs a shift towards more consumerism. And we think there's an enormous opportunity to build businesses. You mentioned what's the path to $1 trillion business. To some degree, we're not that far away from that, right? So the largest life sciences company is a $800 billion company. The largest health insurer is used to be a $500 billion company. The largest hospital system is a $100 billion company. So, and they all largely operate in America. And there's a reason for that, because innovation happens more quickly there. So we're a technology firm. We believe, to your point about deflation, technology can play an enormous role. To your point about innovation is not the be-all and end-all. Our thesis in healthcare is innovation on the one side and transformation on the other. And innovation, Silicon Valley's brilliant at. Transformation, less so. And so, we try to think a lot of times, how can you deploy these technologies at scale back into the system rather than purely replace the system? An example of that is we closed this week the acquisition of a healthcare system in Ohio, right? A rural health system serving the local community, very, very far from a tech investment. But we see that as a living lab to go and experiment to actually change healthcare at scale rather than point solution by point solution.
So that is your response to the barriers that you've encountered, that we all encountered when we were investing in this sector. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? What are some of the reasons why healthcare hasn't scaled to the extent that tech or finance have?
So look, the payer is not the customer or the consumer. It's highly regulated. It's highly capital intensive from a human and a financial perspective. And that leads to all of this. And it's obviously the largest employer in the economy. And so there's a lot of political dynamics, right? The UK, we actually have not enough hospitals. The US clearly has too many hospitals. But it's not an easy equation to reduce that number of hospitals and move to outpatient care. But yeah, our thesis is, look, we spend a lot of time talking to hospital systems which deliver in the US around 50-60% of care, or about 50-60% of the total budget. And that's, they have insurance businesses, some of them, they're not just delivery businesses. And we thought about, how can we sell innovation into them? And as you know, and we all know in the audience, selling innovation into hospital systems is just an arduous process, right? 12, 24 months sales cycle, huge number of stakeholders in the decision making. And so we got frustrated with that. And we said to ourselves, look, if we dog food ourselves, this thing, right? We take on the workforce transformation and we capitalize a business as it can invest in technology. And we think about, look, let's not scale revenue, let's scale profitability, right? Because the average hospital system in the US, at least the non-for-profits, operate at a sub 5% margin. Can we make it a proper business? And so that was the endeavor. And what's interesting is, because we've gone out on our on the front foot, we've taken the risk to buy a hospital system. Other people in the system now say, okay, I actually truly believe you for the first time, that you're not just selling me point solution A, B, C with no clear ROI. You are actually selling it to yourself. You'd be nuts to sell it to yourself, those point solutions, if there was no ROI. We would be happy to work with you to deploy technology in a more accelerated way in our system. So it could be an unlock.
Thank you. And while Alex, you think about the world in a similar way, but also a little bit
Yeah,
differently.
We are at, so it's no surprise, or it's not no secret that the U.S. has a lot of volatility in our political landscape, which does affect things like reimbursement in the regulatory landscape in healthcare and medicine. However, and I think that's also true in much of Europe, where many groups or many countries and regions have issues with the cost of their health system and how much the limited ways in which it helps people. In order to be $1 trillion company, you have to provide $1 trillion worth of value in some protectable special way, right? If you look at the list of most valuable companies, most people could identify what they do that is valuable. And I think for many people, until we all live to be 1,000 years old with great health span, there is a lot of space that we can work in to improve health and wellness. And we're at a wonderful time where the pace of innovation has never been faster. I think maybe we'll talk a little bit about things that are happening in AI, but also just core biotech, automation. We just heard from some companies and people working in really interesting areas with automation and therapeutics development. And as we cross over and we're really starting to achieve widespread health and wellness benefit, I think that's when the next frontier of companies come. Within the last couple of years, we've seen GLP-1 agonists move into effectively being longevity drugs that I think will show in tremendous value over the next few decades in basically improving health and wellness and reducing mortality across the world. And the next generation of those drugs will be even more powerful. And I think with innovations that we're seeing in lots of spaces, that there will be a lot of opportunity for similar therapeutics. So both broad blockbuster type of drugs that will extend lifespan and health span for lots of people, as well as more and more personalized medicine. Now that people talk about personalized medicine as a future, well, it's actually becoming a reality in a lot of ways. And exponential curves look really slow and not a lot seems to be happening until suddenly everyone realizes what's happening or that something exciting is happening and they cross a threshold. And I think we're seeing that in a number of these sectors. And then the other area that I'm pretty excited about is in neurotech. So we're able to now interact with cells in the body. And we have a company, eGenesis, genetically engineering pigs for organ transplantation that's just crossed over and saving lives. And we can replace and repair lots of tissues and organs in the body, I think, and we'll see that over the next couple of years. The brain, though, you don't want to replace the brain. You want to use the one you have and augment it or improve it in some way. And so we're pretty active in technologies that interact and improve the brain in some very directed, targeted way, and areas like brain-computer interface. And I think a suite of new innovations will provide a lot of health, wellness benefit for everybody, and those are opportunities when you can build a lot of value. As I said, you have to provide $1 trillion worth of value to really get the market to value that way.
So big markets, big ideas, big dreams, but ultimately it's the founders that make it all happen with their ambitious investors. I know you've made that point to me before. I know you believe venture is path dependent and that the extreme ambition of the best founders has to be matched by the equally bold expectations of their investors. And at Hölzl, you pride yourselves on going down to the earliest stages. So my question for you is, when you meet healthcare entrepreneurs, what do you look for that signals to you that they and their businesses and their models of the world might truly get to that $1 trillion scale one day, especially before it becomes obvious to anyone else?
Well, in order to do the impossible, you sort of have to start by being a little bit unreasonable as a person and believe in a future world that hasn't manifested yet. So sometimes people ask investors, what are your predictions in the future? Thinking that we're public market investors and traders. And our job is not to predict the future, it's to collaborate with innovators to make a future. So there's an element of creativity, but at the same time, you have to have some level of grounding and rationality and some way to see a path to that possible future, not just imagine it, but see a way that there's a path that you could get there if you put in the work and effort and others or join you on this journey. So it's some mix of really unreasonable ambition to achieve something very challenging with really some concrete differentiation in the world. And frankly, the passion and the willingness to, a little bit of masochism to deal with the struggles of the journey ahead, because doing these things which others thought impossible are hard, right? Not everything that's hard is worth doing, but everything that's worth doing is hard work.
Definitely hard.
And some mix of crazy ambition, imagination, but also determination and grit is important.
Great. And Chris, I love the framing of the transformation. And it feels a lot more active. And like you said, especially venture investors were a lot more active participants, or at least so we'd like to think, of what founders are building. So I'm wondering, if scale is a destination, then technology could be one of the vehicles. As you're shaping this next chapter of your journey at Journal Catalyst with the transformation plan, what are some of the technologies that you think will have the largest impact? I know we saw intuitive surgical earlier. It's impossible not to talk about AI, but I also know you work a lot on operational efficiency and the business of healthcare. So where do you think the greatest gains can come from?
Yeah, so I think if you take the US healthcare system as an example, there's a lot of inefficiencies, right? And that is administrative, bullying. People are going after those. It's probably somewhere between $500 billion and $1 trillion of inefficiencies. So that should go away over time, right? And that is not politically divisive, right? It's not red or blue decisions there. So I think that there's an opportunity there. And sort of what is costing a certain amount today, let's say in RCM, that's going to be, the marginal cost, that's going to go down to close to zero. So I'm very optimistic there's money to come out of that. And a number of businesses are going after that opportunity. And it will sit between payers and providers. I'm pretty optimistic on AI agents on the delivery of care. So we have a business, Hippocratic, that we built with health systems, a little bit to the point of like, how do you build business that truly scale in healthcare unless you have a go-to-market advantage? And so we created a go-to-market advantage by effectively incubating this business with a number of health systems. So the average nurse is probably $80 an hour in terms of labor costs in the US. If we can deliver that at $8 an hour today, suddenly health equity changes, right? Because that nurse can reach many, many more people, and so there's a huge advantage of that, right? And they can reach those people at one time, right? Not sequentially. And $8 an hour today will be $2, $3 an hour in a pretty short time. But there's a lot of upfront R&D expense to go build something like that. And so how do you make it work? Well, as I said, you fix the customer upfront. So I'm pretty excited about that. And I think we have another portfolio company, Sword Health, that is doing that in some of the conditions. And I really see an opportunity to become an AI care company over time for some of these. And I think as we think about where the large language models will operate, I think they're going to not operate in the regulated sphere. And so I think there's a really opportunity of vertical healthcare companies to sort of deliver AI care that's highly differentiated versus, if you will, a horizontal player. There's this sort of positioned at the language model there. So I'm pretty excited about that. And if you think about healthcare economy, remember, most of it is still services. So 80% of that 10 or 20 trillion dollars is services. And so much like we see all this investment in AI for law firms or accountancy firms or construction or whatever it may be, that whole thesis is obviously say, look, can you take services and make it software? Can you take a $1 trillion software budget globally and eat into a $10, $15 billion trillion services budget? We see the same opportunity in healthcare.
Yeah, and when I hear services, I really think it's a lot of physical services.
Right.
Do you guys think robotics is a lever to the labor problem in healthcare?
Robotics is clearly a lever, and that's moving fast, both in the surgery side, and we saw intuitive earlier, and then what people are doing, building, robots. So that for more general purpose uses. So that's going to be huge, right? We have a massive labor shortage in healthcare globally. We've decided to row back on immigration in the West. That's going to accentuate the problem. And to your point, digital remote solutions won't be able to do everything, right? So you're going to need sensors. You're going to need robotics to play a role, not just in the inpatient setting, but in the outpatient.
And Alex, you've thought a lot about this. A lot of your investments are in robotics and in neurotech, as you said. I love how forward-thinking you've been about that space. You've been investing in that space for a really long time. Can you tell us a little bit more about that multi-trillion-dollar opportunity you see in cognitive health and neurotechnology?
Well, I guess I would also say that it doesn't have to come in a company which is actually a pure healthcare company. So phones and automobiles and helicopters all are involved in saving lives and add a lot of value. And it may be that a lot of the future of healthcare takes advantage of innovations happening in companies like OpenAI and Anthropic. And they're already today, I think, creating value for people in healthcare. And it may be where a lot of the value creation happens. And we're investors in OpenAI, so if it happens there, that's good for us too. But in general, as a person and all of us, I think we should just want that innovation to be happening and accelerating it. Now, healthcare, as you mentioned, services, as you said, is often a very labor and real estate heavy thing, and that's fundamentally not technology and doesn't scale like technology, right? So many of you probably have the experience of a restaurant that you really like and you like going there, gets popular, they decide to open many more restaurants and the quality goes down as a function of scale. And that is basically the story of healthcare. We throw labor at the problem and it actually in many ways gets worse over time and as a function of scale, so it's sublinear. Technology is something that's infinitely scalable either through means of production or it's software, which is effectively zero cost to distribute, which the more people use it, the more investment you can do in the core technology, and the products get better. Like your phone, for all of you that are holding phones and not listening, that phone is much better than it was 5 years ago because mobile phones have become more and more popular. The software on it becomes more and more powerful. So things in healthcare that are technologies will accelerate and improve with time, whereas the service and real estate model of healthcare is bounded by always scaling in a sublinear way, and that is a crucial difference. And we try to look for opportunities that are super linear and technology-driven. They also create abundance, right? We're able to give, in many places, you see homeless people with a cell phone, right? We're able to make a technology that, when I was a kid, was the sign of being a mogul and actually distribute that around the world and everyone can get benefit. The more we can find the innovations in healthcare that will scale like technology, the more we're able to provide health and wellness for everyone in the world and reduce cost and create abundance. And so I think that's a very exciting opportunity.
Well, I wanted to end on a rapid fire, but we have to make it very rapid or I'll get fire from somewhere else. So, biggest healthcare market that is underhyped, could be a geo, could be a technology, could be a business model.
Pulmonary. Everyone's really excited about many areas, cancer, cardiovascular, and those are important, but we do not have disease-modifying therapies for lung function. It declines monotonically as a function of age. Like I'm going to see a lot of young people smoking in Italy. We have pollution in India, China. Pulmonary function is going to be a huge issue globally in the decades ahead. And right now, we have no way of fixing a lung. We have some companies, including one that has an office in Milan called Robotic, which is working on some ways of improving lung function. But that is one of these areas where a single solution, if you can, maybe the genetically engineered pigs, it's much harder to do the lung, but that is this area that's the burden of morbidity and mortality associated to the fact that your lungs get worse as a function of age and pollution is just this massively underappreciated opportunity.
Yeah, I think the application of AI to mental health. Mental health is still largely a service business. The mental health crisis is getting worse and worse, from adolescents to the elderly. We need to figure out a way to use AI to solve that problem.
Well, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Muito grazie.
You can.
This way.
Thank you. So, sorry for the slight delay. Forgive me. But okay, so healthcare, we heard, is not just about what happens in the operating room or in the lab. It's also about the systems that surround the patients and the providers. And here is actually where Europe is seeing some of its most exciting growth, at the intersection of software and healthcare, transforming how medical practices operate and how patients actually experience care. So we have innovative startups streamlining everything from payments to administrations to help providers spend more time with the patients rather than with the bureaucracy. So the next fireside chat brings together a founder and his investor who know this journey firsthand. From London, we have general partner and Notion Capital, Itxaso del Palacio, and joining her from Berlin is CEO of Nelly Solutions, Niklas Radner.
Hey.
Hi.
So healthcare systems around the world are really under pressure. Governments are really struggling to keep up with the rising costs of healthcare. And we know many countries are experiencing difficulties to get the support and the service they need to their citizens. In places like the UK, people need to wait up to 1 year to get a non-urgent surgery. In places like France or Spain, people wait up to 120 days to see a specialist. And I don't want to get to talk about the US, where around a third of the population doesn't have any access to quality healthcare. So, hello, my name is Itxaso, and my GP at Notion Capital, and we are a B2B software investor. We invest in early stages of B2B businesses across Europe. And we truly believe that technology can improve some of those issues and challenges that many countries are facing in the healthcare space. And following that, we did an investment in a company called Nelly, and I'm here with Niklas, the founder. Hi, Niklas. How are you?
Hi, Itxaso. I'm great.
So we participated in your last funding round, 50 million round. Congrats. It was earlier this year. I know you are based in Germany. Instead of me introducing you, obviously we know each other, but why don't you introduce yourself and tell us about Nelly a little bit more?
Sure. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Niklas, one of the co-founders, CEO of Nelly. We started Nelly because we have the strong conviction that fixing healthcare can be done by improving operational processes. We see a huge pain for medical professionals. So we started Nelly to build the agentic infrastructure combining AI and fintech to drastically remove admin friction and enable medical professionals to focus on patients rather than on paperwork.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we are going to touch through a couple of topics. We are going to start with a couple of statements, general statements around healthcare. Then we are going to talk about Italy, particularly as a market, because I know it's a primary market for you, and the differences between Italy and other countries that you are serving around Europe. And we are going to finish talking about the quality of those solutions to patients, ultimately. So to start, I'm going to throw a couple of statements, and I would like to hear from you whether you agree or disagree with those statements, and they are about technology and healthcare in general. So let me read the first one for you. Let's do this. Patients will trust AI-generated medical advice more than traditional medical advice within a decade.
I partially agree. I'm very certain that that AI will grow on patients, and especially in sectors like triage or symptom checking. I see it growing more and more, but I'm also very convinced that the relationship and the trust between doctors and patient is deeply rooted in trust, basically, and we see that like reassurance and empathy will always play a big role. And I mean, we all probably know with friends, family, etc., like where we had like people that we love in a tough medical situation, and what you usually do is you go to multiple doctors, and you have to find the one that you trust most. So this aspect will never go away. That's why I partially agree. I don't believe that AI will fully replace doctors, and also can do it even in a decade ahead.
Yeah, so it's interesting because I was looking for some stats in this respect. And so there were some stats where they asked healthcare employees themselves whether they believe AI can really improve the way they provide service and the way they treat patients. You're not going to believe this, but 79% of the people answering, which are healthcare workers, believe that, yeah, the service they are providing and the quality of the care is better when doctors and assistants are assisted with AI. Now, I have to say that this percentage drops significantly when they go to things that are a little bit more complex, like a surgery led by technology, for example. They were more skeptical of having AI lead those, but that's yeah, and definitely an interesting one. Let's talk about the second one. AI will replace more healthcare administrators than doctors in the next decade.
I fully agree. There's a lot of work that shouldn't be done by human beings. It's very repetitive. It's also very, let's say, rule-based, and we see it already today. However, there's one thing that I want to stress here. I don't even think it's about replacing, it's about filling the gaps. We see this every day, that also healthcare professionals don't need to be scared of getting replaced by AI. It's basically AI filling the gaps of the shortage of skilled workers that we see today, especially in countries like Germany, but also Italy. And it will basically make their job more attractive again, because I mean, I did the job of a let's say medical admin worker for 2 months to really understand the problem, let's say in the early days of Nelly. And I can just tell you, it's such a draining job, and you have to be also very, let's say, empathetic with your patients. On the other side, you have to do very, let's say, stressful work on outdated software. And I always have this anecdote where I was sitting next to an admin worker, and she gave me a lot of insights, and I asked, like, okay, is there anything good I can do for you? Like, I don't know, bring some chocolate, etc. And she was like, Niklas, just bring me a glass of, or just bring me a champagne. I just need alcohol in the evening. That's the best. So I guess like with the solutions that we have today, and also the latest technology that's coming up, we can free up these people from the draining work and make their job, the system-relevant job, more attractive again.
Yeah, it is interesting because I was looking also at some stats, and in terms of the NHS, which is the UK system, healthcare system, it looks like around 70 to 75% of employees already are touching AI in one way or another, and the majority of those are in admin positions. So it is already assisting many of the healthcare systems in the world, and probably will go farther and farther, right? And the last one, the last statement, AI will make healthcare accessible and equitable worldwide.
I agree in particular. I'm very certain that AI can help democratize access to healthcare. However, there are other burdens like infrastructure, also, I mean, in the end, it's also an investment topic. It's also political willingness to push this forward. So, yeah,
there are different challenges, right? And I think anybody around the table, when they are building healthcare companies, and it's something that I always loved about Nelly and investors, we always love is when the founders, in fact, spend a lot of time with their customers. And so they can really understand their workflows and they can really understand how those technologies are going to fit on the day-to-day operations of those, not only the workers, but also the patients, and how are they going to adopt those? Because apart from the technological barriers, there are also some disabilities and people, elderly people, not being able to, in fact, use those properly, which I think it is a big issue and cuts a big part of the population which uses a lot of the healthcare systems today, probably much more than everybody here that is healthy, young and healthy here. But hey, enough about the worldwide. Let's talk about Italy now. I know you are targeting Italy as a main market. Tell us, well, when we invested, you were almost purely in Germany, and you were evaluating different countries, and Italy became one of the countries that you wanted to target, and it's the first one, literally, where you are investing at the moment. So tell us a little bit more about why Italy, what makes Italy attractive for you, and
Sure.
what is interesting here?
So, I mean, first of all, Italy is a beautiful country. As a German, I come here every year, and I just love the country, obviously, but this is not the main reason, but a nice side effect. In general, it's market size. So, in our ICP is dental clinics, and you see in Italy 50,000 dental clinics. Just in comparison, in Germany we have 42,000.
Wow.
So, it's a large market.
So Italians still look perfect.
Yeah, it's also because you have many, let's say, smaller dental clinics operated by, let's say, a single doctor, and this is something that obviously is very interesting for us because they need even more support on the admin side, and they have more pressure on the cost sector. Also speaking in numbers, like we did an, let's say, analysis and across Europe on, let's say, the ratio of admin workers on one dentist/doctor. And in Germany, it's 2.5, so 2.5 admin workers on one dentist. In Italy, it's 2.3. Wow. And we always thought, like, Germany is very bureaucratic, but I have to say, even though I love Italy, it seems also very bureaucratic. If you look to Switzerland, it's at 1.4, right? So it's a large difference. And hence, we saw, like, a very good product fit for us in that regard. Also, just one anecdote, when we spoke to customers there in Italy, let's say one larger roll-up chain in the dental sector said they have to, there's a regulation in Italy where you have to store the patient documents for the entire life of patients. So they said, okay, this is not, manageable, so we stick to 20 years. In Germany, it's 10. But it means like they literally sitting on piles of paper. They have to rent storage to put all these documents there. And this was like a beautiful, let's say, case for us. Yeah, and an opportunity. And so market size, as mentioned, also in terms of population, it's the most interesting for us next to Germany.
Yeah, that's definitely an opportunity, and some countries are much more bureaucratic and maybe than others, right? And definitely we know there is a fear or losing that information that might be useful, but how long are you going to be storing all this information, for sure? One of the things, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of investors around the table that we consider when we are investing, is that definitely AI and technologies are cutting costs. Building efficiencies and cutting cost. And we know that in the healthcare space, some of the providers, insurance businesses, they really want that to happen. But we also know that in some cases, this affects patients' experience. What has been your experience, and is there any fear from those small clinics to lose that touch with the patients, or to reduce the quality of the care they are providing to patients?
Yes. So I would say in general, AI can help to streamline operations and by that giving more access to healthcare. I mean, I myself had to wait 3 months to get an appointment with my dermatologist. And when I tried to call my dermatologist, I tried really like for 2 weeks, I couldn't reach them. On the flip side, I'm in that regard maybe a bit old school, but just also a human being. I love to speak to a human. So, I mean, ideally, I would love to have a human on the phone, ideally the doctor directly, but I understand that's not feasible. So I rather have an AI, for instance, picking up the phone and taking care of my matters to help me. The patient experience definitely will be improved. We always have to understand where we're coming from. I mean, in Germany and also in Italy, we have the problem of a patient overload, an aging population and not enough supply, right? So this is where we need AI to make sure that we increase efficiency, we fix the operational pain so that we all have better access. And on the other side, I mean, we also using AI in a fintech let's say, from a fintech angle, and that means like we help to optimize the healthcare costs. And we see this in Italy, for instance, dental is not covered by statutory health insurances, which is different in Germany. But by that, I mean, we can also offer credit to get the desired let's say, treatment and don't sacrifice on the quality. So yes, there will be definitely large improvements, and they are already there today.
So in fact, one last question about that, because obviously when we talk about regulated industries, there are two main industries very, very much regulated, and that's healthcare and fintech. And you are tackling both of them because you are providing credits to those small clinics, and you are obviously within the healthcare system. What would you say about navigating the intricacies of those two very regulated markets? Yeah. And what advice would you give to founders when they start their journey?
No, absolutely. That's a very good question. So first of all, yes, it's very painful, but it's also a big moat, right? Because this is the work that is not as much fun as designing new products, testing with AI, and working more on the, let's say, UI, UX side of things. However, like one clear advice is you have to get in touch with regulators early and develop with them together. Don't trust lawyers. I just have to say that, and this is a very hands-on, straightforward approach, because lawyers might find gray zones and loopholes, etc. But if a regulator doesn't like what you do, you're gonna have a harder life. So getting in touch with them, and yeah, it's like it's a tough one often because you need to also move fast, and regulators often don't give you the feedback fast enough. But building that relationship and treating regulators like your most important customers, meet them in person, have personal conversations. That's I would say, #1 advice I would give. And I mean, myself, I'm coming from fintech, worked at N26 very early, or Klarna. We always had these issues. But the better the conversation and the relationship is you have with regulators, the more easy is your life, full stop.
Amazing. Excellent. So thank you so much. I definitely wish you all the best in Italy and around Europe. And we hope we can get our dentist admin processes really in place in the next couple of years. Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you for much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Niklas.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And as we close today's healthcare sessions, we turn to one of the most profound questions in healthcare, which is how do we design medicines that truly reflect the complexity of human biology? The rise of AI certainly is giving us new ways to tackle this challenge, but few people are closer to this frontier than our next speaker. Joining us from GSK, where she leads the integration of advanced computational models into drug development and clinical practice, our next speaker is redefining what it means to be an AI-native pharmaceutical company. She held roles at DeepMind, Microsoft Research, Imperial College, and has more than 15 years of experience modeling and personalizing healthcare interventions. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to GSK VP of Machine Learning and Artificial Intelligence, Dr. Danielle Belgrave.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Hilaria, for this invitation and for the kind introduction. It's great to be here and talk about a piece of work that I'm passionate about, which is machine learning for healthcare. So I've been working in this space for the past 15 years, before GPUs were a thing and before compute was a thing. And over time, I think the biggest reflection for me is that the missing link is data. So data is how we really reach biological superintelligence. So at GSK, one of the biggest challenges in drug development is that 90% of potential medicines, when they reach the clinic, they fail. So if we look at the life cycle of the pharmaceutical industry and drug development, at phase 1, we get 90% failure when we're just getting a drug into clinical trials. And as the process goes on, the probability of failure decreases. But what we see is that when drugs go into the real world, we're seeing a high probability of failure as well. And why is this? Very often, the models that we've used in the past have been poor in terms of understanding causality and understanding really what drives disease and what drives process and response to treatments. So one big game changer has been the sequencing of the whole genome. So now we have a lot cheaper sequencing, and using human genetics to develop drugs, we are now 2 times more likely to succeed. So the probability of success has actually increased dramatically. And that's a big game changer for the pharmaceutical industry. At GSK, we're trying to tackle these problems. So some of the hardest problems in AI for drug discovery is really getting a deep technical understanding of how we can leverage data in order to get insights for patients. So my particular team, we focus not so much on the drug discovery side, but on drug development. So trying to understand heterogeneity in patient response. So how do we get the right treatment to the right patients using data? And I'm going to go a bit deeper into some of the challenges around data and also some of the opportunities around data. So at GSK, we're 150 people, 150 engineers, and working on these problems. So why is it that we have this huge uptake in AI in health and in the pharmaceutical industry as well? So this team is only 5 years old, so it's very new in this space of tech. But what we're seeing is an increase in the amount of data and the volume of data in the health space, and also an increasing digitization as well. So there's also increasing complexity of data. So if we look at data from the past 5 years, we can measure many more things. There's also an abundance of high-quality data. So if we think of the scale that we can generate data in whole genome sequencing, RNA sequencing, biopsy data, and the scale we can also get insights as well. So as well as an exponential growth in the quantity of data and the quality of data, we also have an exponential growth in compute, so the types of platforms we use, and this is hugely important. And we're beginning to really be able to deeply characterize patients. So what it means, having this volume and level of data, is that we can understand what it means to really have individualized medicine. So how do we combine these different data types in order to understand response and understand the heterogeneity of response? So if we take a disease, one of the disease areas I work in is colorectal cancer. We know that not everybody responds to treatment in the same way. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. And it's quite interesting, 15 years ago, doing my PhD on asthma and allergic disease, and this concept that disease isn't a single phenomena, but people respond differently, they're different triggers. And understanding those mechanisms, we need data to be able to do that at scale. So and I think it's really important to reflect that this isn't the future, that the future is now, and we can have impact in this space. And if there's one thing I want to drive home, it's really this concept of disease as a system-level property. So if we think of all of the molecules, there's so many phenomena in nature where we see this heterogeneity in phenomena. If we think of water and the molecular structure of water, that we have different manifestations of that single molecule. The same with disease and human systems as well, so systems on a human level. So we have different levels of granularity of data. So if we go to the clinic, we have the electronic healthcare records. We see patient responding or not responding. We have different biomarkers we can measure. But then there's also the microscale interaction of data as well. So getting that deep phenotyping, understanding molecular levels of data, genetic levels of data, and combining it to what we see in the clinic is really how we make AI accelerate science. And one of the big challenges with data is that, yes, we can get this microscale data, but the more granular the level of data is, the fewer individuals we have, because generating that data is expensive. And I think actually the data generation field is one of the areas where AI can really accelerate, because we need to get data at scale. And we see a lot of biotech companies working in this space to generate data at scale and really thinking strategically how we can do that. So we have large volumes of data in things like biobanks. So in the UK, we have the UK Biobank, or electronic healthcare records as well. But that doesn't give us the fine level of granularity in order to do really deep understanding of what are the mechanisms, what are the causal mechanisms of disease. And we know that biology is multimodal. So this is some of the data that we work with. So we take a very much data-driven approach to endotype discovery. So really trying to understand what's the phenotype of disease. So going back to my example of colorectal cancer, what are the different subtypes of colorectal cancer, and how do we understand which drugs we can use to treat different types of disease? And in GSK, this is precisely what we're doing. So we combine these different populations, genetic and population cohorts, get these data together. We use observational cohorts as well. We measure data both in silico, generate in silico data, and use machine learning to integrate these different modalities of data and understand the human condition as a biological system. So we can get the optimal therapeutic agent and really understand survival and probability of success of curing someone based on this heterogeneity of scale of data. And then we take those learnings from the clinic, what we see in the real world, to also generate evidence to improve outcomes as well, and to really generate more data as well. So it's like a learning loop cycle. And the most immediate impact that we see, so in my group, I have a group that looks at computational pathology, so looking at how you can use artificial intelligence and create pipelines to understand different tumor and cell types, which is especially important in the area of oncology. And we can use machine learning to replicate existing and combine it with RNA-seq data, genomics data, and trying to do that back translation. So what we see in a biopsy, can we translate that to the molecular level as well to predict response? And we have some really exciting work in this area as well, and we can make good predictions to understand patient outcomes and who will be responders. And this is really important for expanding patient population when we have a clinical trial as well. So if we can understand the population of responders to a particular drug, and if we think in oncology, we have several different types of drugs, like we have immuno-oncology, we have new assets called ADCs. So these are all different mechanisms of response. So by using artificial intelligence to really understand the phenotype of the patients and what different tissue cells mean, then we can have good outcomes. And the other thing that this data allows us to do is to build foundation models. So this has been a huge success in the past 2 years, especially in the area of computational pathology again, where we've seen large data sets, and here you really see the impacts of having those large data sets and different teams working on it to build foundation models. So we don't have to train models from scratch, because we know that this is expensive, it's time-consuming, but can we just fine-tune models based on data that we have and really get data together, get federated data together, so that we can get good representations, a good baseline, and see how do we use that baseline to impact the particular use cases or the particular problems we have. So moving away from oncology, another piece of work in my team is in respiratory medicine. So this shows some work that we've done. In using patient cohort data, you can have we have foundation models on single cell data, which is the lowest level of data we can have in the human cell line. And we use self-supervised learning from the cohort data to generate these broader models that we then fine-tune on our own data. And this allows us to get understandings of patients' representations. So going back to that first thing that I said about understanding patient heterogeneity based on these fundamental data sets. And we have these latent representations without labels. So taking, for example, a very broad cohort of patients where we don't know their labels, we don't know what conditions or disease they have. But then can we look at specific markers that predict outcome in respiratory disease to see whether that shows us some clinical validation in terms of those latent representations to predict future states. I think the most important thing, data is important, but I think also collaboration is important. So context deeply matters, and we're a team of AI researchers in my group, but at the same time, we need to collaborate with the scientists as well. We need that deep domain expertise to make sure that the models we're creating are useful. So having a very product focus, and I think it's really nice being in this sort of environment where we're hearing a lot about the startup ecosystem and the sort of impact that AI in healthcare can have. So good science is about merging different schools of thought. So how do we work with the scientists, understand deeply the problems that they have, generate the data, or see where do we get the data strategies in order to work those problems out. And using that data-driven and domain expert key in order to really put patients at the center and find drugs for patients. And with that, thank you for your attention, and hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Welcome. Welcome to the physical autonomy section of Italian Tech Week. Throughout this conference, there's been a lot of conversation about the impact that AI is having on the digital world. We're also seeing massive transformation across the physical world. In the Industrial Revolution, atoms moved on atoms. Big factories making machines, making more machines, where scale, capex, long lead times, and geography dominated. In the internet era, we saw bits outran atoms. Information spread at near marginal distribution costs. So software scaled asset light. Right now, we're seeing both of these trends converge at once. Likely at even faster speeds than past hardware cycles as cost curves and data flywheels reinforce. The markets in the physical world are often larger than in software, but they can be more difficult and more uncertain. However, I often say that which is difficult is durable. After all of the Magnificent Seven companies today deal with hardware, and more than half of them either deal with or support the physical economy. Today, we will hear from incredible speakers changing and building the world's most impactful companies across the physical economy in autonomous vehicles, new transportation, robotics, defense, critical systems, and public safety. First up is Nick Noone from Peregrine. Peregrine is an AI software platform that began in public safety and is fast becoming an operating system for the physical world. Their contrarian bet, we already have enough data in the physical world. The challenge is activating it in real time. Please join me in welcoming Peregrine CEO, Nick Noone. Thanks for joining us.
Pleasure.
It's great to catch up earlier this morning. You've got a lot of very interesting things going on and a lot of, very exciting what you're building at Peregrine. One of the most interesting things that stands out about what it is that you're building is the argument that there's already enough data in the physical economy. It just isn't being activated very well. This is pretty non-consensus right now. What's the most vivid story that you can think of about what's changed today to make activation possible and why it matters in real time?
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here with you talking about this. So our belief system when we started the company was that there are many organizations that have built their businesses and become very successful and sometimes very large, trying to create systems that can collect and store and then sometimes manage data. And we see this in the US in the public safety context where, for background, our company is working with cities. So hundreds of cities in America, Canada, now opening an organization in the United Kingdom to scale out into Europe. And the foundation for us has always been there are systems that are collecting data 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that data is being stored in silos. But the core problem that we're trying to solve is decision making. How to operationalize data that's living in silos, disconnected, where often the links between those data sets, like the insight that's really needed to drive a human decision, lives in the connective tissue between incompatible databases. What we've always believed, and the reason we started our organization, was to join that data, make those incompatible databases compatible. And I think that bet, in the context of cities, where data is scattered all over the place, has worked out and has led to a company that we think is scaling pretty well.
Okay. Is there a time in which your thesis that there's enough data sort of breaks down, where there's maybe a 10% of data that's necessary that needs to be collected either through new methods or new sensors?
Yeah. Yeah, so what what we find is that the core problem is less creating more data and finding that additional 10%. And it's not that there's 10% that's missing. I think there's just so much energy in the technology space dedicated to filling that gap and trying to collect the data, whether it's from aerospace, whether it's from drones flying in the sky, whether it's from sensors down in the sea. So many organizations are trying to harness and close that gap to collect that data that's not already collected today. But what then happens is the way that data is collected and the way that it's connected to the rest of an organization's infrastructure, usually that's where these organizations fall down. So we've taken the bet to say, let's build a platform that when, for example, in American cities now there's quite a bit of testing around deploying drones to facilitate public safety first responders or to facilitate assessing damage after a hurricane takes place in northern Florida. And what we do is we partner with the organizations that are trying to deploy that new innovative sensor and then pull that data back into the organization's infrastructure. And in our context, that's a city.
Okay. One of the other really interesting things that I think you guys have done, especially in the early days of building your company, was you actually embedded yourself into police force for multiple years. What value did that give you, and what do you think that most in Silicon Valley don't understand about the industry or the physical economy?
Well, it's great to be talking about physical economy because the lifeblood and the anchor for our business is supporting cities. So our vision is that cities can be these places where people can come together and truly prosper. And we've always felt that the anchor that helps people come together and feel like they can do great things is safety. It's delivering safety and delivering the feeling of safety inside of a community. And so whether our headquarters in San Francisco, Miami, Florida, Dallas, Texas, New York City, the way that we're thinking about deploying our systems is fundamentally about how do we deliver prosperity for a city itself. And then we found our way to police departments because police departments inside of cities are capturing so much data 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That data needs to be made transparent to the public. It needs to be used efficiently. It needs to be protected. There's incredibly important governance and control systems that need to be put on this data. It's impacting human lives. So police departments for us represented core infrastructure to make cities great. And when we started the business, we frankly embedded for about 18 months. Actually, my co-founder and I went through backgrounds, polygraph tests. We could literally wear a badge as an American police officer at this point. We were going out in police cars. We were expert witnessing during cases in court. And that level of embed is ultimately what led to the software that we built.
That's extremely unique in so many different ways. Also, that they allowed you to do that, and I think we talked about this a little bit this morning. The ability to build that empathy, build that trust, and to approach people, differently than tech might otherwise in real industries, I think is incredibly impressive and unique. Are there any stories or anecdotes that you can tell about how it is actually more difficult on the ground to implement these things than people would see, from a slideshow or a slide deck talking about how the business model?
Yeah. I mean, if the North Star is deliver maximum value for a set of customers, the way that we think about this is first we have to recruit the best engineers in the world. So how do we recruit and retain the most astounding mission-driven talent that wants to put their heads together to solve really, really hard problems? So that essence is really important. But then, if the goal is to support an organization, and for us, a public safety agency, emergency management, police, fire, et cetera, the key for us, and this is where we're kind of holding two things at the same time, is it's actually less about the technology. And it's much more about the empathy for day-to-day work. And to truly show up and really study how a complex and really protected institution functions at the human level requires actually an enormous amount of manual labor that most of Silicon Valley, I would argue, thinks is unscalable.
Is there anything that was core to your thesis or product when you were going into this that, as a result of this experience, you changed and kind of, you modified what it was that you were delivering?
Yeah. We knew that we needed to build a system that was highly composable, meaning if we're trying to solve a problem, rather than building custom software, because in reality, there are tens of thousands of cities that we're scaling to support. Every city is run a little bit different. And so if we're building custom software to support one city, but we're not thinking about generic components that can be redeployed in a cost-effective way to the next one, then I think our company wouldn't have reached the scale that it's reached today, which is, we're now working with hundreds of cities. And I think the hard thing is that and this is where I think having astounding engineers really matters. We did hack our way toward prototypes constantly. So in the earliest days of company, for the first few years, to really understand what the system needed to look and feel like and how it needed to function, we were rapidly prototyping new solutions in real time. And then we were, this is the tricky part, consciously deciding when to shut them down. And that messy innovation process, I think, led to a platform that is highly agile, where the components of the platform can be accommodating to all kinds of organizations that may not actually look the same.
I know that you're expanding outside of public safety and thinking about cities as nodes. Are there areas of expansion or industries that might not be intuitive and surprise us as to where you think you can take this?
Yeah, and had a great discussion together about this. We're very vertically oriented, and what I mean by that is we look at market segments as an organization, and we say we're going to deliver the best technology for decision support for a very specific set of customers, and then we're going to look industry by industry, and where the Venn diagram of our technology and our distribution strategy sufficiently overlap, we'll look at an adjacent segment. So a great example here is if we're working with the Los Angeles Police Department, it's a great a customer of ours. We then pivot slightly, and we start working with the building department to figure out how to use artificial intelligence to automate the review of building permit applications, which is very mundane but extremely important workflow for the city. Same organization, it's a city, different department, immediately adjacent. Another example here is, and we talked about this a little bit, down in Anaheim, California, another great customer of ours. Immediately adjacent to, actually housed by the city of Anaheim, is Disney World. And Disney has incredible security requirements, and they also require collaboration with local government organizations. And so when we think about expansion of our business, we're looking at these kind of near field adjacencies where whether there's a stadium nearby, Madison Square Garden in New York City that needs to collaborate with local or regional governments, where the goal is never to go super far field, right? I think there are organizations that are actually highly successful trying to build different distribution strategies where they might be working in industries that don't easily connect. But for us, we're trying to be very slow and stepwise in our approach.
Okay. Well, thank you for joining us today. I think what you've built so far and what you're building is incredible and extremely optimistic for the world that we expect to live in tomorrow and for our children. So thank you again for coming. It's been wonderful to have you.
Pleasure. Thanks, Morgan.
Thanks. AI is transforming robotics from industrial floors to everyday applications. Join me in welcoming industry leaders to discuss technological breakthroughs enabling intelligent robotics and the practical challenges of deploying them at scale. From River, we've got Marko Bjelonic. From Neurorobotics, David Reger. from Robco, Roman Hölzl, and from our very own Legato Innovation, Clemente Dadu.
Over the last 2.5 years, large language models have shown the immense potential that compute power and data can have in scaling text-based Gen AI capabilities, to the tune of trillion-dollar valuations for NVIDIA, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google. However, it may be that an even bigger price is possible for those founders that take on the hard challenge of building embodied AI, or in other words, using AI technology to develop audio and visual models that can catalyze a ChatGPT moment for robotics. What's the price? The manufacturing and logistics sectors contribute around 25% of the world's GDP. That's almost 25 trillion euros in value. I'm excited to present David, Roman, and Marko, CEOs of Noone, Robco, and Reger, 3 amazing companies taking on this challenge. David, what is the current bottleneck, the hardest problem to solve, that is getting in the way of an acceleration in embodied AI deployments?
Thanks for the question, and hey, everyone. So basically, if you're talking about, let's say, challenges we need to solve is, because you just started actually talking about the ChatGPT moment, I would love to elaborate on that one first, like ChatGPT moment. How was ChatGPT, let's say, the winning large language model of today? Like it's very, it's a question actually. So if you're looking in what they did different to all the other large language models, there was not difference in the large language models, it was actually a difference. They were the first actually bold enough buying a lot of data and training for a lot of, investing a lot of money into that. So, and if you're looking into the, let's say, physical AI space, so if you're talking about, let's say, embodied AI and the physical AI space, the bottleneck is actually that we are not having this data. We cannot just buy it somewhere, so we need to somehow create it. And I think this is also, let's say, the bottleneck and why this, let's say, ChatGPT moment will be a little bit slower than it was with ChatGPT. But there is also for everyone and also for us, and that's also why we're seeing this big chance in that segment to actually win on a global space. Because so what we build, for example, at Noone, we're building a platform we call Neuroburst, and in this platform you can actually optimize the data the way that you can actually train faster. And also for that we were creative enough to build now the robo gyms, we call, so that everyone can actually get a first-time experience going there, trying something out, in the same time booking a trainer to train the robot all kind of physical tasks. And I think this is a great opportunity for us, but also, let's say, a challenge we have to overcome in as soon as possible, fastest way to make it exponential.
Very interesting. Well, a question for the three of you. How are your different companies reconciling both the need to collect data, but also recognizing that robot deployments are very capital intensive, with a customer value proposition that can fund future robot deployments that can then activate the data collection flywheel that you just mentioned? Roman.
Yeah, thanks for having us. And I guess when it comes to that, there's 3 groundbreaking components to the solution that you have to have. The right architecture, the right algorithms, and the right data sources. When it comes to the architecture itself, I think that race has been won. It's decided that it's going to be an end-to-end system, perhaps based on systems 1, systems 2 thinking, back to Daniel Kahneman's claims, and it's going to be based on vision language action models. On the algorithmic side, there's still a bunch of breakthroughs that still have to be made. We have to essentially be much more performant in terms of really getting AI into the physical world. And then the third big component is around the data capture. And so the philosophy we follow at Robco, based in Munich and SF, is essentially around 3 main pillars. It's around actual real-world captured data. So essentially, the more systems deployed, the more data captured, the more fed back into the autonomy flywheel, and that creates a better solution to then deploy and sell more systems off of. The second one is to basically supplement that with synthetic data to get to breakthroughs much faster. And so we're doing exactly that. And then the third thing is you can also work with internet data, video-based data for some of these applications, with the issue being that many of these manufacturing processes that we want to dominate as Robco for the Western world, it's really tough to get access to that mission-critical proprietary data for these specific applications. So you have to be much more reliant on actually capturing that data and supplementing it with synthetic data as well.
I see. And what about you, Marko?
Yeah, I think what's interesting in this space is a little bit of a chicken and egg problem, because like on one hand, if you want to have the robots out, they need to have a certain intelligence to create value. But we need the robots out to actually capture the data, so where do you start? And what we have seen is that actually in simulation, you can already train robots intelligent enough to do certain tasks. And we have found that with the training and simulation, we can get to a state that our robots today can deliver packages and food to people's doorsteps. And the next step is now with all these deployments that we're doing, like we are generating data, plus we're getting paid by the customer for these deliveries. The interesting part about that is that some other fields, like other company startups, they're in the mindset of, oh, I first need to build the intelligence and then I create customer value. In our case, what we have seen, customer value and data generation come together, and they scale together. And actually, I just finished the investor letter that I will send out hopefully end of this week. Is actually with every $1 ARR that we do, we actually collect 1 terabyte data. So like as our ARR will grow in the next years, our terabyte of data will go. So we have something called now annually run rate terabyte data or something like that that we are tracking.
Monetizing scaling loss, that's a very interesting way to do it.
Yeah.
Is there anything you would want to add?
Yeah, I do believe like it's like if you're talking about, let's say, physical intelligence, and also if you're talking about, let's say, all world tasks. So here I think we have, let's say, mostly everyone tells like you have to focus on one thing and then get the best into that in that field to actually win the market one day. And what we do different, I think, than the most is basically that we are not trying to be, let's say, to build every application, or let's say to train the robot actually every task itself, task by task. We actually took a complete different approach by building a platform so to enable others to train it faster on our platform, so to get exponential growth. So because if you're looking into the world right now, you're seeing companies actually showing nice videos of, for example, humanoids folding a towel. And they will show you the video of the last, let's say, 5-6 months. And then there's this, it looks good, yes, so I'm not criticizing that one. But at the same time, what they write next to it is like, hey, soon we can solve every world task. And the reality is actually, no, soon you can actually fold this towel. And that's actually the issue I see. And there's also the issue of visual language models, that you actually need a lot of data to actually create actions out of it. And what we build is actually an architecture, so you can first, let's say, optimize the data flow to actually tell the brain what is it actually about, to train it much faster, maybe instead of 2,000 hours in 2 hours, the task. And this is also why we're building now the platforms we call NeuroGyms, so that everyone can actually go there, try it out, and train the robot in the shortest time, because it's the only way to get all the millions of tasks actually solved in the shortest time period.
Maybe a follow-up to that question. How do you see the biggest challenges in terms of getting your customers to be on board with deployments, and how do you overcome them? Maybe starting with you.
In our case, we looked at many different use cases, and we found last mile delivery to be the easiest one in that sense. So there's a big need by companies in the West to find people to deliver food and packages, while actually the consumers' demand is growing. So there's like a huge gap of what these companies can offer versus what the consumers want. And with us, it was relatively easy to get into and deploy the robots. And a lot of these companies are already working on a gig economy model, like an Uber model. So for them to just adopt now a new robot that does the delivery is super easy in that sense to be connected to their platform. So that's why we have chosen that part. There's on one hand a huge market. We can have millions of robots doing these deliveries over the next years. And On the other hand, there's just like really an appetite by the customers to go big from day one. And now we are kind of, for the next 4 years, completely overbooked. So it's just an execution problem for us on how do we actually serve that demand from our customers.
Roman, for you, what do you see as the biggest problem that you're solving for your customers?
I think connecting to what Marko just said, it's two things. First of all, we have to have a very compelling return on invest for this to be taken on and taken on fast. And if that's the case, you'll go from an initial land deal with a couple of robots into an expansion motion very quickly. And then secondly, and we've just talked about this behind the stage as well, you have to have a solution that 100% fits to the requirements of a specific industry, vertical, target market. And that for us is all around precision, uptime, payback, accuracy, high payloads as the solution for manufacturing. And so I think with these two components, basically both commercial feasibility and technical viability, we have the right ingredients to go big.
Very good. So there are many European VC investors in the audience, and we have 3 European founders here on stage. How do you think the European investing community can differentiate itself from the Silicon Valley ecosystem in physical AI? Starting with you, Roman.
Yeah, so we founded the company in Munich in Germany. We now have locations in both the US and Europe, and also roughly do our business between these continents split in an equal portion. We think it's a global, it's a global race, and we at least at Robco have a global ambition. And so ultimately we want to partner with the pools of capital that are the best suited to achieve that ambition and win the space and dominate the market for manufacturing, robotics specifically, and that's across the globe. And so I think in terms of your geographical distinction, the important factor is we had this claim of software eating the world for a couple of years, and it's now turned into AI eating services. And so in robotics specifically, you just can't do that without the underlying carrier technology that oftentimes is hardware, at least for the 3 companies here on stage. And so I think what's important is, in order to achieve that big ambition, win the space, we probably want to go for a deeply integrated, vertically connected software and hardware solution. And so that has to be part of the offering and has to be something, I guess, specifically for European VCs with the talent, the supply chain we have here, but also the ambition around building companies on both a software and hardware stack is a great footing to have.
And David, you've raised money from investors all over the world. How do you think a European VC investor can differentiate itself when trying to, be a part of your journey?
So yes, we even have a lot of European investors invested into Neura, and I see it right now as an advantage. I would love to see that even more, and also in the next stages, because I think this is also the difficulty of Europe. Or it's not like founding a company and get initial investments. It's more about how do we actually grow out of that. And the reasoning is very simple. I think I mostly explained that is also what the investors see in Europe is like the difficulty they see in Europe is like, okay, the last 100 years there were only one company growing out of the 100 billion stage. It was SAP. And if you're looking into, let's say, like US, there were like several of them. In China, there were several of them. So, but I think here it's a very crucial part and difference to all the time before, and why now is the right time to build here also the largest companies in the world is because it's dark enough that before we try to keep just this automotive market, stay the leader in the automotive market in the world for long, and we focused on that. And this time, I think everyone understood and also realized that this time is over. We have to actually overcome that, and we have to build new economic pillar to survive in Europe also for long term and keep the peace and also our wealth staying. So I think right now is the best time to invest in Europe and also let's say founding companies in Europe. So I see it right now as a new, it's again on zero. Let's start from here and build the biggest companies on planet. Yeah.
Let's hope so. So how are you approaching the opportunities and potential risks of leveraging the Chinese manufacturing ecosystem in your hardware roadmap? Clearly, in the past few years, the Chinese market has made a lot of wave in automotive. How do you think about that, Marko?
Yeah, I think as a European company today, you have to think global from day one. So like trying to hide yourself, protect yourself, build walls against competitors come in, it was always proven to be the wrong strategy. So for us as a company, we have chosen from day one to leverage the Chinese supply chain. So now we have assembly line in Shanghai. We are hiring people there. There are a lot of people now in China that have actually also education from Europe and the US. They all came back. So you find a lot of people that share the same culture. And I think for us, in that sense, it was a little bit easier to get in. But I think that is really the opportunity to build that scale. And I think it's all about, like, at the end of the day, we are building hardware. So what matters at the end is our BOM cost, or even how much money you have to spend for CapEx. And it's just the case that in China, it's like a 10x difference in terms of both BOM and CapEx costs that you have. So that's something where you, as a European company, if you leverage that, you can use that. The second aspect is, I think, for us as a company in the market that we are going to, it's either go big or go home. So either we become a company that has 1 million robots out in the field, or we don't. And if you think about the state of when we have 1 million robots out in the field, what does it mean? We will have global supply chain. And that's the same with the automotive industry. It's like a Volkswagen has factories in China, in Europe, in the US. And I think in robotics, you will anyway get to the stage where you will have a diversified supply chain that is worldwide in either cases.
Very interesting. And well, one last question to close this session. We have many students here, potential founders in the audience. What advice would you give current and future robotics founders? We'll start with you.
I think the quick claim in a nutshell is just do it. Just jump right in. The water's not going to get any warmer next week or the week after. In fact, it's going to stay pretty cold for quite some time. And so I think that's the best way of doing it. There's no educational program, no training really to set you up for it. Would encourage everyone to dive right in. And if that's your passion, you want to go big, I think that's the right way to do it.
Excellent. Well, I think we're out of time. Thank you very much. And I hope this was productive for everyone in the audience.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Autonomous vehicles and electric air taxis have the ability to create massive change in speed, cost, and safety of transportation. They're both very difficult and massive industries that have the power to change how humans live and the world operates. Please join me in welcoming Chris Urmson from Aurora Innovation and Adam Goldstein from Archer Aviation.
Great to see you. Hi.
Thank you both for joining us. Glad to have you here.
Glad to be here.
So both Aurora and Archer have gone after very big and difficult problems, AV and eVTOLs, with long paths to creating entirely new industries. Why have your companies survived as the leaders where so many others have fallen behind?
We were talking a little bit about this backstage, and at the end of the day, it comes down to we're doing this big, hard thing, and we've been able to raise the capital to go after it. And so the question is, like, how come? And I think for us, it's really been that we've been a mission-driven company, and we've been focused on that since day one, right? And we have this mission of deliver the benefits of self-driving technology safely, quickly, and broadly. And we've stayed true to that, right? We look at driving 70-ton trucks down the road at 70 miles an hour, and we think it's foundational that people have to believe we actually have to be safe. And so that's been a guiding principle for it. And then we need to move with urgency. And so as we've said, we're going to go do things, we've meant it, and we've held the team accountable to it, and then we've gone and delivered that. And I think that builds a lot of trust. And then over time, we knew that we had to actually build something that had a scale and an impact. And so the whole time we've kind of focused on how do we build the company so that it's not like this kind of flash in the pan, but it's actually set up so that we can deliver the hardware, deliver the software, and kind of deliver the scale that actually rewards the trust that our investors have put in us over the years.
Adam?
It is a good question, and we're joking. It's the groups that survive get to rewrite the history of how they think it happened. And I think in the air taxi industry, the amount of capital that we had to raise early was tremendous, and the pitch is actually really bad. It's, hey, investor, I need $1 billion up front for a new category that doesn't exist. There's no regulation for it. That may exist one day. I can't really do it with $50 or $100 million. It's not going to work. Airplanes take a lot of money to build and to make work and to refine. And so the question kind of became, why could you raise the money versus some of the other groups, and how did that happen? And I think it was a mix of, there was a big technology problem, but then there was also a regulatory problem and a distribution problem. And so it took a multi-dimensional team that wasn't just pure tech, but could also set up the new regulatory framework to get it done. And being, I think, good, deep tech founders was one thing, but also being good, savvy, political, I'll call it navigators, was another, to convince the global administrations to accept what we're doing. And in the end, they created a new category for us. And at the FAA, it was the first new category in 60 years. They called it powered lift. It's not an airplane. It's not a helicopter. It's a totally new category. So that's really where the foundation of winning started, was the regulation, which then allowed us to, even if you could build the tech, without the regulation, it didn't even matter.
I think that's an extremely important point. We talked about last night, the trifecta that makes a successful deep tech founder. And personally, I think the both of you have that in spades. So congratulations on that. Is there anything that you can think about, like a moment in your journey that really changed the trajectory? Like either a decision that you made or something that sort of happened that kind of catalyzed things in a material way for you? You can start with Adam.
I think there are maybe two moments. The first one really had to do, we were 50 people and we announced we were going public. And that was crazy. And even for like tech bubble days, that was kind of crazy. 50 people, going public at a multi-billion-dollar valuation. But the reality is, again, you can't build airplanes without billions of dollars. It doesn't work. And so that was pretty incredible that the world was ready to accept that. And I think there's something pretty amazing about the US capital markets that's willing to invest in longer-term vision-based technologies. And I think Tesla and SpaceX and some of the successful hardware companies that laid the foundation for that, like paved the road for the next generation of companies. I think you're now starting to see other parts of the world, Europe as an example, lean in a little bit further, but I think there's still a lot more ways to go. These companies take a long time to make work, whether it's autonomous driving or airplanes, they take a very, very long time. So I think that was probably the biggest moment for us. I think the other one that has been quite interesting is the way defense is changing. And kind of post the Ukraine conflict after that started, it really became very clear that the future of defense is autonomy at scale. And that means things on the ground, but also things in the air. And that's been a very big moment for my industry as well.
Chris?
Yeah, I think for us, when we founded the company, we had this vision that we would build a driver that would operate all kinds of different vehicles. But we knew that we couldn't actually see far enough out into the world to be able to drive big trucks. And we knew that was going to be an amazing market, but we just couldn't get there from here. And so for the first couple of years of the company, I spent time meeting all kinds of different companies trying to say, okay, does somebody have the sensor technology that would allow us to do that? After about 18 months, we found a company and we got conviction like, yeah, these guys have this capability that we need to be able to see far enough down the road for these big trucks to drive safely. And we took a bet on them. We acquired that company both defensively because we were worried somebody else was going to scoop them up and then we wouldn't have access to what we thought was critical technology. And offensively because we saw this unlocked a market that in the US alone is $1 trillion opportunity. And so we said, okay, we need to bring that in-house, and then we've nurtured it for the last 6 years, 7 years, and it's paid off in spades. And we now have this unique capability that no one else has, and then it's really enabled us then to move our focus into trucking first, which we think at this point we don't really have significant competition in that space. And so it was just kind of a very pivotal maneuver at the time, acquiring a 60-person company when we were only a 150, 200-person company felt like a big bet, but it worked out for us.
You mentioned your first pitch deck and how it's a hard sell to Silicon Valley. Given where you guys are today, if we were to look back at that first pitch deck, what would be surprised to see or not see relative to your progress since?
I mean, honestly, all of it. That any of it is what worked, because these big tech dream, like when you start and you're early in one of these industries, you're viewed as crazy, and that's what everybody. I remember like telling my mother, like, "Hey, we're building these electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. Some people call them flying cars," and she's like, "What? What are you doing? Like that doesn't sound like very smart." And so all of it was pretty crazy. But it was all on the back of a technology sort of evolution in that electric engines, electric powertrains could enable this new type of aircraft that had obvious benefits. And those were around safety, through the redundancy you get, through noise benefits, so you can start to put them in around environments, and ultimately cost. They're just simple vehicles. We already have helicopters out there. And so it was just a better version of what existed. But honestly, just that it's a gift to be where we are here, just as a category, that there's a regulatory environment, there's money that's come into it, there's engineers willing to dedicate their lives to this, is a crazy surprise that all of it is, that it's worked.
Yeah, I think for us, it's that it mostly played out, right? That if you looked at our first pitch deck and you looked at what we've built, other than the fact we're doing it in trucking first rather than light vehicles first, we've stayed pretty true to that. The mission is held, the kind of the concept and idea of how we'd approach it, the importance of data and AI to solving the problem, the importance of multiple different sensors. Like, we had the privilege of a few of us had worked in the space. I've been working in automated vehicles for 20 years now, and we founded the company 12 years into that 20 years, and so we had a pretty good foundation to build from, and so the biggest thing is that we were able to find the solution for trucking and be able to move that forward in the roadmap relative to the other, but it's mostly gone the way we had hoped. It's kind of interesting, unexpected, I guess.
Yeah. Well, that brings us to today, where for the most part the technology is de-risked, and you're both at the point of massive commercial deployment. But with any large industry, it's not just purely on you. You have to have partners, and there's an entire ecosystem involved. What are some advice you can give about navigating different ecosystem partners such that you can really accelerate and scale? Adam?
See, it's a tough one because all of our journeys are they're so personal. I think startups in general are just very hard, and I don't think people understand the emotional toll they take and like what you actually have to go through to survive.
Yeah.
And like my joke, even like backstage, he's like, the guy was putting on the microphone, he bumped me, and I said, like, legitimately, I said, he's like, sorry, I was like, I literally have no feeling left. All the feeling's gone. The amount of like lawsuits I've been through and people coming after me to kill the industry, the helicopter guys upset that we exist, and everybody just trying to take us down constantly on an every week basis. It's like I can't look at the internet anymore, Twitter and Reddit, and like that's what it's like to like start one of these industries, because if you're displacing somebody else, it like generally like there's an entire like group of hate that comes at you in such a ferocious way. And so they're really like, everybody's like, yes, I want to do it. So the only way I think that or at least the only way I think I could survive doing that, is by doing something that I actually genuinely liked and thought was cool. And so I spent a lot of time trying to make the planes look cool, which is very bad for aerodynamics. And so because if it wasn't cool every day that I could enjoy it, it's not worth it. And so it's too painful to go through it on this journey.
Yeah, I think I have a similar kind of. You have to have a lot of grit, as somebody said earlier today, to deal with, because every day something is on fire, and some days more so than others. But when it comes to outside stakeholders, I think it was really, we've taken the approach that's a little different than a lot of Silicon Valley companies, which is to embrace them. Right? A lot of Silicon Valleys are like, okay, companies are, we're going to disrupt, we're going to break things and move fast, and we look at companies that have been successful. We work with some of the best companies in the world, whether it's PACCAR and Volvo, who make half the trucks sold in the US. There's companies that have been around for 80 years. They're good at what they do. Let's learn from them, let's respect them, let's find ways to work with them rather than butt heads with them. And then our customers are folks like FedEx and Werner and Schneider, which are some of the biggest trucking companies in the US, or Hirschbach. And again, it's like, we can be the best automated driving company in the world, but let's learn from them, let's find ways to work with them and collaborate with them. Similar to the partnership we have with Continental, now Aumovio, right? This is one of the world's premier automotive technology companies. They know how to make lots of things. They know how to be part of a supply chain. I don't need Aurora to figure that out if we have a great partner to work with. And so I think this kind of confidence but humility, coupled with a respect for others in the industry or in the ecosystem that you're planning to work in, I think has been really valuable and has served us well. And it's put us, when I talk about the mission of safely, quickly, broadly, that broadly only comes if you can actually work with others, unless you want to put even more heart, ache, and pain into these things. And so I think that's been really valuable.
All right. Let's dream the dream for a little bit, because both as an investor and as a user of your future user of products, I selfishly want them to exist in mass immediately. What does the world look like 10 years from now when Aurora trucks are on the road in mass and Archer electric air taxis are in the skies in mass? What does the world look like for people, and what are the second order effects that people are just not even really thinking about or imagining as what life is like?
We were recently awarded the exclusive air taxi, rights for the Los Angeles 2028 Summer Olympics, and I think that's going to be a good vision of what kind of the future world will look like. So if you look at the city of Los Angeles, there are a lot of kind of core points of interest, whether it's SoFi Stadium where the Rams play, or Woodland Hills is another one of the big stadiums. There's all the big airports. There's USC, the college. And there's a whole network that's being developed right now. They're building it, all the infrastructure necessary to go do this. And the goal is for the LA 28 games, we will move not just fans around, but all the dignitaries, all the athletes, VIPs in and around this city. I mean, not 5 aircraft, but dozens and dozens of aircraft in one city. And that was actually a goal that the FAA had put out in 2022. And so I think that's going to be the sort of the best way that people are going to see how their cities can evolve. In Los Angeles, if you want to go from Dodger Stadium to SoFi Stadium, even though it's only a single-digit miles, that'll take you at least an hour. I mean, the traffic is awful. You want to leave an event out of Dodger Stadium, that'll take you 2 hours to do that. So it's pretty amazing that what can happen on a city-by-city basis, but it will take time to do that, roll this stuff out, and the biggest bottleneck by far will be how many of these aircraft can we produce.
One of the privileges I have working in the company that I do is I get to work with amazing people. I get to work on fascinating technology, and I get to work on something that fundamentally touches society and the ecosystem, right? And so when I look 10 years out in the future, the roads in America will be dramatically safer. We lose 40,000 Americans every year on the road. We lose 1.25 million people worldwide, and this technology can drive that to zero. We're already seeing with the trucks we operate today, when they're operating autonomously, we are more efficient than best-in-class efficiency for other trucking companies. So we expect that the fuel economy for these trucks will improve between 14 and 34%, right? You know, if we are at the top end of that, that's basically a third fewer trucks spewing carbon into the atmosphere, right? That's going to be a faster impact than the transition to electric vehicles. So the sustainability benefit's going to be profound. And then as we look at the need for this technology, as we look at the American economy and we look more globally, as anti-immigration policies are becoming taking a larger hold, in America, we expect to need another 1 million truck drivers in the next decade. And there aren't 1 million Americans who want to drive trucks. When you go outside of America to places like Japan and Korea, where the population dynamics are such that they don't have the people to drive the trucks for them, the only way that our economies continue to operate is going to be through this kind of automation. And so what you're going to see is this transition to more automated vehicles on highways and moving goods and really supercharging the economy while improving the quality of life for all of us. And I think that's really going to be profound.
I think if I can, Morgan, I mean, it's interesting to hear you say that. I've always heard it from the aviation perspective, which was aviation touches at something like 11% of GDP, and we're capped in how many new airplanes we can put into the air because air traffic control is capped. I hadn't thought about it from the standpoint of trucks too, and if there aren't enough drivers, there aren't enough deliveries, you will cap growth, and it will make it challenging. And so I think these technologies are a way to actually like grow the economies in a way that I think people aren't really thinking about it, and taking off like these artificial caps that exist that will slow the economies down, and it will remove that stuff and allow things to really start to move.
All right. Well, thank you both for joining us today. I'm very excited to live in the future that you two are building. Thank you again.
Thanks so much.
You.
I think that way. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Today's most advanced engineering efforts are redefining what's possible, where the stakes are high and failure isn't an option. This panel features leaders building mission-critical systems. Please join me in welcoming Augustus Dorico from Rainmaker and Cameron McCord from Nominal, as well as Aidan Madigan-Curtis from Eclipse Ventures.
Mission critical systems. No pressure, guys. Hello, great to meet everybody. I'm Aidan Madigan-Curtis. I'm a general partner at Eclipse Ventures. Eclipse is investing $5 billion in exactly these types of technologies that do mission critical work across physical industries. So great to see you all. Why don't you start out just by talking a little bit about what Rainmaker and Nominal do?
Sure. So my name is Augustus Dorico. I'm the CEO and founder of Rainmaker, and we're a next-generation cloud seeding and weather modification company. What that means is we use radar and different meteorological probes to identify non-precipitating water in clouds, and then we make it rain and snow more. So if you have a vineyard around Torino that's in need of rain, we'll happily supply rain there. If you have ski resorts in the Swiss Alps, we'll happily provide snow there. But our foremost interest isn't just in these more exciting and fun but gimmicky clients. It's in the restoration of ecosystems that are in drought. It's in preventing farms from collapsing due to lack of water. And it's in preventing cities from losing water supply by making it rain more or snow in the mountains that ultimately melt off into their watershed.
Making it rain. No small feat.
Yeah.
How about you, Cameron?
I'm Cameron. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Nominal. So we build a software platform for hardware and robotic system testing, certification, and validation. So we build the software that hopefully helps people like Augustus do amazing things better, faster, cheaper. At a high level, the venture world spent billions and billions of dollars over the last sort of decade or 15 years building businesses and supporting businesses that solve the problem of testing, validating, monitoring, observing software for software. That is a solved problem. There's been a huge market created around that. Small innovation, still happening. But the fact of the matter is that luxury does not exist if you're building software-defined hardware, robotic systems, autonomous systems. And so we are on a mission to make that process as easy as possible for these engineers as they push the frontier.
Great. Cameron, you mentioned how many billions of dollars are going these days into these types of hardware plus software systems, these physical world systems. It's true, and it is interesting because these types of technologies are hard to build. They're hard to make. You're there trying to support people building these technologies. You're actually building these technologies. I was an executive at a company called Samsara, also built exactly these hardware plus software technologies. And I can tell you, there are lots of near-death experiences with the tech. Do you want to talk a little bit about just how hard it is? Everyone's talking these days about bringing this type of technology into all these critical industries, and they don't talk about the tough stuff. The near deaths, the failures. I have a million stories of times I've slept on the factory floor, right? Why don't you talk a bit about some of the challenges inherent to building for physical industries? How about you, Cameron?
Sure. Yeah, I can go first. The word mission critical, I think, gets used a lot at Nominal, and that is exactly how we think about the software we're building. We have customers performing sometimes their first flight test ever, the most critical, pivotal moment in their entire business to date, and that's being powered by our software. And that is a huge, frankly, it's an honor, but it is incredibly, it means that the threshold and the bar has to be incredibly high. And so, balancing the quintessential move fast and break things, innovate really quickly with a zero defect model for some of these customers we work with, the U.S. U.S. Air Force, robotic systems, really, as I said, mission critical things. I think we've had to build the product in a way that, step zero is building something that engineers actually love to use. And it might sound obvious, but I think getting in the daily workflow and really demonstrating how the software can just improve quality of life, I think is a really, really important thing. In these physical businesses, and Augustus, I'm sure you could have lots of very fun stories here, but there's real challenges of going out to a test range. You're getting humans at crazy hours to go out to test these systems. The last thing you need or want is not to be able to access that data instantly, not to be able to get insights from that instantly. And so if we can make that process incrementally better, it's hugely valuable for these companies.
Have you ever seen a drone fall from 3,000 meters out of the sky and explode in front of you on a test range?
I have.
Yeah, I've seen many as well at Rainmaker. So, I think that it goes without saying that if you're building something that's going to be consequential, right? If you're trying to save an environment from collapse because of lack of water, that unto itself is a hard challenge. All of the component technologies that we build that go into that are very difficult. So from the drones, right? We have to build vehicles not just that fly at very high altitudes with very boutique payloads, but fly into the most severe icing conditions imaginable. The way that our platform works, the way that our tech works is we use radar to identify small liquid drops in a cloud. And then if we find those and they're not precipitating, we'll fly into that cloud, release a material that freezes the liquid into big snowflakes, which then become heavy enough to fall. Now the problem is if you're flying in lots of cold liquid, your vehicle is going to ice up. Most pilots, commercial airliners, Boeing 737s and otherwise, they actively avoid these conditions that we are directly trying to fly into. So many a vehicle at Rainmaker have frozen up, fallen out of the sky until we designed this anti-icing system, and we now have the only drone under 55 pounds in all of NATO that can fly in severe icing. So that took a lot of iteration. It took a lot of challenge for sure. We build these radar systems that can differentiate between liquid and ice in cloud. If there's any leaks in those, they freeze up. Your big fancy circuit board is destroyed. That's happened many times as well. But what I would say is the fun of it is sort of in that, and the consequence and the meaning is in that. Anybody here can open up Replit or Lovable or whatever it may be and build some new software product, and that's great. And there's lots of software to be built. But because it is so easy, because it is so easily commodified, you have to build something in the real world if it's going to be, one, very, very consequential for our quality of life and for our economy, like our real tangible atoms economy, not just the flow of bits and dollars that are largely a product of like strange financial derivatives and abstraction. But also, you're going to have a far better time doing it if your baseline expectation is challenged along the way.
Yeah, this is just such an important topic, so I'm going to double click into it for a second. We are trying so hard, I think, to bring technology to these spaces that really change people's lives, right? Creating cheaper energy, building for defense, building for weather and climate resilience. But the traditional move fast and break things mantra of Silicon Valley is not safe for these types of industries. Talk a bit more, if you will, about how you navigate conversations with defense primes that know that when they're using your system, that whatever exquisite system gets built out the other end of it needs to work and needs to work the first time. Or with policymakers, whom I'm sure have a lot of confusion, thoughts, opinions, maybe also their, the people they represent, about doing something as powerful as creating rain and being in the clouds. So talk a little bit about navigating some of those challenges.
Yeah, absolutely. I think from the earliest days of building the product and the platform, knew that to begin to win in this space, you'd have to present an option to like a legacy defense prime that they could trial your product, they could use it in a real representative use case, and not have to fully deprecate systems or shift over. So being able to give them a viable path to, parallel path and see the performance of that same process or workflow in their legacy system and nominal. And so that in itself might sound simple, but to do that from a really performant engineering perspective, allow them to create sort of a bent pipe and push all the real data into nominal and see that value side by side is really important. I'm proud to say now, I think around 90% of our customers, nominal is their sole source of truth and sole source of record for all of their telemetry, their sensor data, their logs. So like we've done that, I think, really, really well. I think another part of it is you really have to genuinely speak the customer's language. I think in this world, authenticity is extremely important. And I think, I keep referencing, I think the extent of which you have truly become an expert in your domain, in your craft, is really impressive. I think, for us, I personally served in the US Navy. I was a submarine officer. I worked at Anduril. I know how a lot of these organizations think. I know their outcomes. I know how they think about business value. And I think that's really important to have a credible conversation around how your solution can sort of impact them.
I will just jump in quickly here because I want to say being able to simulate in software what's going to happen at the other end of manufacturing is so critical. It is the holy grail in so many ways. Our companies build things like hypersonics. They build space-based defense satellites, right? It's got to work the first time. And it can't, to your point, blow up in midair. So thanks for what you're doing. I think it's really critical. Sorry, Augustus.
No, yeah, I mean, to that point, the extent to which tech and technologists from an ivory tower say well, I'm going to build this solution for this industry that I know nothing about because somebody on a panel at some point said it was a problem, and then inject themselves into a market in a context that they have very little personal concern for and very little context on. We've seen failure after failure with companies doing that. So yeah, speaking the language and genuinely caring for your customer, that unto itself is in short supply for whatever reason. With respect to things working the first time, yeah, when it comes to defense, things have to work the first time, and so nominal enabling that for their defense-inclined customers is huge. In our case, when the question is whether a farmer is going to have to shut down their 100-year-old family property because there's water or not, when a ski resort is going to be open or closed for 2 more months because there's water or not. For some of our customers, the question is whether they will be able to turn on water to their constituents' utilities for 12 versus 24 hours per week. Like, that is the level of water scarcity that some places around the planet are dealing with right now. Thankfully, that's not Italy yet. Thankfully, that's not most of the United States. But we've seen places in the US, like Phoenix, like Arizona, turn off water supply to residential utilities. So the demand for water and the importance of actually delivering is like paramount. That being said, I think it's actually a point to venture capital about like working the first time. The luxury of building a VC-backed company is you can blow things up multiple times beforehand in development so that when you do get to your customer, you have a viable system. And so again, like if you look at the first 3 Falcon 1 launches from SpaceX, horrible, crazy disasters, right? But eventually, because of those explosions that were only made possible in some part because of government spend, but also largely venture capital, they were able to make a space economy that we're now the beneficiaries of. So thank you to investors, I suppose. Yeah, because of that, we're able to build these systems that work.
Thanks for building.
I'd love to, if I
Yeah.
could just build on that point, because I think it's really interesting. You know, I do think part of how I think this industry is moving is I think as more and more data is getting generated from these you know, software-defined hardware systems, I think the ability to have insight into the risk that you are taking on in a hardware project, I think is very, very interesting. Like, we're seeing that from some of our defense customers, where you would think that it is a zero-defect program, but actually, like, schedule and timeline is the governing concern. They want to field capabilities really quickly, and they want to actually look at all of their test data, all of their historical, you know, tests on various assets, various you know, capabilities, and be able to actually have a quantifiable metric of, okay, it's not perfect, but we did, you know, X, Y, and Z, and so we have the confidence to sort of make that decision. I think there is this spectrum where you're able to iterate more quickly and sort of take on more risk. And then the point about, yeah, I mean, you know, Elon is willing to sort of say, like, to get us out of this, like, you know, infinite simulated engineering loop, like, just go actually fly the rocket and see what happens, and it's going to explode. That makes sense and is really valuable if you can collect that data and if you can maximize the amount of insights that you get from it. And so I think a lot about Nominal is like, yes, go do that, iterate, move quickly. It might not work, but it's extremely valuable for your organization if you can actually, like, gather engineering insight from that. So.
Yeah, iteration's everything. And you know, you can thank venture capital. I think actually venture capital is really getting its head around this. I think there's a lot of excitement and interest. I know personally from our portfolio, which involves a lot of really tough stuff, there's still you know, people will walk right up to the line and then kind of get scared away. So thank you for what you guys are doing. You're making it possible to invest in great companies. Let's talk a bit about talent. So, you know, the people part of the equation here is a major factor. Technology is built by people, it's run by people, and it impacts everybody's lives, right? What are the gaps that you're seeing across the talent ecosystem that need to be filled one way or another to make the kind of companies you guys are building come to life?
Okay. There's a lot, but I'm going to say 2 things briefly. One, electrical engineering. Electrical engineering writ large. Like, there are plenty of software engineers. There's too many software engineers. I hope that makes it easier for you to get affordable talent that's very, very capable. But we need to build radar. We need to build chips. We need to build all sorts of electronics to enable, like, the 21st century economy. Nobody's studying that. Just study electrical engineering. I will pay you any amount of money if you can help me build a PCB for our radar.
And you think that's still relevant in an age where, you know, AI can increasingly crunch your numbers for you, and like, why is that skill set so necessary by a human?
Once that AI exists, I'll happily use it. Doesn't yet. Once
New
it does,
company
though,
idea
it'll be
for
great.
somebody.
Yeah. Other thing though is just grit.
Yeah.
Like, Rainmaker's one corporate value. It sounds crazy, but it's that we love the taste of blood in our mouth. It's because if we're doing very aggressive things, we should be getting punched in the face by reality, by test. And so people that are not just willing to tolerate that, but actually enjoy the sensation of failure and iteration, like, that is something that I also have a very hard time selecting for, that I wish was more prevalent in, you know, electrical engineering, but any other domain that we're hiring for.
Yeah, I could not agree more. And as someone who runs a software company, some of the most precious resources we have are hardware engineers, electrical engineers, mechanical, GNC, avionics that fell in love with software. Like, those are such a precious resource. And the fact that we have some of the best people doing that have spent their career being the software person at a hardware company, like, that's a really precious resource. So I agree, and I love your point on grit. I think there's a tremendous amount of entitlement in a lot of young engineers that have grown up in a world where you can go work at massive company XYZ, and getting them to do really hard things is.
I've heard Italy is a great place to grab some wonderful engineers too. So maybe we've come to the right spot. Last question, super rapid fire. In 10 years from now, where is Nominal and where is Rainmaker in terms of impact on the world?
Yeah, I think we use the word like system of record a lot, and I think I think Nominal 10 years from now is sort of the de facto piece of software for anyone building complex hardware systems. I tell the team, I want when a hardware engineer is asked, like, what do you do? They pull up Nominal and say, this is what I do. Like, I look at this data, I visualize it, I run analysis, like, I automate, I generate reports, I like learn about my systems and do that in Nominal.
In 2 years' time, Rainmaker is going to be the biggest producer of fresh water in the western United States. Maybe in 5 years, we'll be the biggest producer of new fresh water for Italy and the rest of Europe as well. And in 10 years' time, we're looking to arrest the aridification of all of Earth's ecosystems that are currently dying due to drought, due to lack of precipitation, and actively terraforming them to make them green for the first time in our lifetimes.
Solution to water scarcity and the system of record for all future manufacturing. You heard it here, folks. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Aiden. Thanks, Cam.
Thank you, guys. Great to see you. Great to see you. Applied Intuition is one of the largest players in the future of autonomy. They're building AI software system that gives autonomy to vehicles across auto, defense, construction, mining, and agriculture. Please join me in welcoming CEO Qasar Younis.
Taking my Dramamine for the stage.
I know, the spinning, gets to you after a while.
It's a first.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today, and it was great catching up earlier, and love to hear about everything that Applied is building.
I think you're like the third Morgan that's interviewed me in the last couple of weeks, so it's a trend.
Okay, all right. I have to ask if they're the same age cohort, because there was a generational shift in the name, so. After 20 years of development, why are autonomous systems finally ready to scale? Like, what was holding us back, and why is it different now?
Yeah, a bunch of reasons. Number one, the technology is hard to build, and I think that's it's something that's underappreciated when we're talking about humanoids. It's going to take a long time before that technology is sorted out. So that's one reason. You've also had technical shifts. Transformers have come in. Architectures have changed, and that technology simply didn't exist before. I think the second thing is business models have shaken out. If you look at companies 10 years ago in self-driving, most of those companies don't exist. The venture funds still exist, but the companies don't exist. So the companies that continue to exist have figured out some way to either continue to convince investors to give them money or generate revenue from their customers. And then I think the third is, in any conversation, it's how long will we wait before we talk about China. So China is an impact there, or you could say competitive dynamics. The real thing that's actually happening is we're in Torino. Automotive executives in the last 12 months, 18 months have all been kind of in some sort of ceremonial parade, been going to Silicon Valley and been riding in Waymos and have been trying the latest versions of FSD, which are now also manifesting themselves in robotaxi, in the Tesla robotaxi. If you do 5, 10, 15 rides in a Waymo,
which I recommend everybody do. That's open to the public. If that doesn't make an impression on you, then you're not paying attention. Like, it is a big deal. So I think all those things have played into it. Also, I think for the last 10 years, people have been talking about self-driving, and then it just became really old and boring. There used to be entire conferences about self-driving, and now you don't have those. And that's probably the best time to enter a market, because it's actually mature now. And I think the same thing with humanoids. I think the best time to enter humanoids will be in like 2035.
I do think it's indisputable now, whether you're talking to somebody in tech or somebody investing or even somebody on the street, whether or not autonomous vehicles are here and are going to happen. I also think what you mentioned about the LLMs being a critical moment is really important, and maybe not all that intuitive. That sort of provided context as like the next level of getting to getting to autonomy. Was there anything that you believed about autonomous vehicles going into this that you no longer believe?
I wouldn't say I no longer, but I think I've changed my mind on self-driving a lot. We start Applied Intuition for everybody else who doesn't know Applied, who's not Morgan. Applied Intuition is a $15 billion vehicle intelligence company is how we define it. We originally started, we still do tooling, that's our core bread and butter. So when you think of AI systems, people think about ChatGPT, and you as a consumer think about the pixels and the application, but really OpenAI is an infrastructure company as much as it is anything else. And so I think we correctly understood that self-drive, I worked at Google before, Google also is an infrastructure company more than anything else. And I think we correctly assumed that infrastructure is going to be the defining aspect of self-driving. So I think that turned out to be true. I think what didn't turn out to be true is I also believe that self-driving will be monetized a lot sooner. It hasn't really been monetized. I think we're still at 1% of autonomy. If you go in the parking lot here, most of the cars, almost all the cars are not very smart. If you go to a mine, if you go to, you go to a farm, you go to a construction site, the machines are pretty dumb. All of that is going to change. And I think, so we as a company are very much helping make that a reality. So we started with tooling, then we got into operating systems, and now we do autonomy as a whole. Yeah.
It's a good point, the way that you position that. You partner with OEMs. Why that strategy? Why does that work as the business model approach?
So I think many people know me from Silicon Valley and Y Combinator and all of that stuff. But really, I'm an automotive engineer. I grew up in Detroit. I went to the General Motors Institute. I worked at General Motors. I worked at Bosch in Germany and in Japan and the US. So, fast forward another 10, 15 years later when we started Applied, I think all of that influenced us in a very deep way. I don't believe autonomy will make it out to the masses without the OEMs playing a very, very significant role. So you could say that's a bias because I'm an automotive engineer, but I think it was very silly, especially 10 years ago. It was very common in the self-driving ecosystem for founders to say, well, the OEMs are backwards, Luddites, they're not really technology companies, and that antagonism actually was ultimately the result, resulted in a lot of those companies failing. I think we really never believed that. We always believed the path to self-driving goes through places like Torino, places like Detroit, you're talking about Seoul, Tokyo, Munich, Stuttgart, Stockholm, where the manufacturers have headquarters because they control the machines. And so I think that's something that we really believed, and I think it's because I grew up in the automotive business.
Yeah, and your success with the strategy has been incredibly impressive. I think it's 20 of 20 OEMs at this point in time.
Yeah, but everybody uses us.
Congratulations, that's not a small feat.
Not in the automotive business,
Good
no.
success rate, I'd say. But you talk about it's not just autos, it's not just trucks, which most people may not find intuitive just yet. That this is going to happen in all types of vehicles across defense and agriculture and mining.
It already does happen, by the way, in some ways, in defense, in mining, in agriculture. Yeah. But they're fairly simple systems. In automotive, cruise control is some very simple version of self-driving, or park assist is some simple version of self-driving. What we're really talking about is expanding that feature set and that function set.
were there any, like as you go into each of these different domains, was anything surprising or challenging or different from one to one, or is it very portable?
So I mean, defense is definitely, I think, of those ecosystems, sticks out as being particularly relevant, interesting, and important right now. I recognize, I'm in Italy, but I'm still a very proud American, and I think the positive things about the American economy are our private sector is extremely strong. The best companies in the world are located about 10 miles around Mountain View, California, where our business is. But the negative things in this defense ecosystem is private companies and the public are quite separate. The Defense Department doesn't tell me I have to sell to the Defense Department. I choose, I think now it's called the Department of War. I choose to sell to the Department of War. That's actually not the case in some of our adversaries, where there is no line between, you don't get a choice if you're working at a company, is that technology going to be used in defense or in war? And that's super different. And so I think for our company, as we've really gotten into, we got into defense quite early in the company's history. We do autonomy for everything from fighter jets to drones to land system vehicles, so infantry troop movers, tanks. And I think what's been surprising is the Department of Defense / War has been quite, let's say, eyes open. I mean, the current administration gets a lot of criticisms for lots of things, but one of the things I think they should be applauded for is their embracing private technology companies in order for America to maintain its position in the defense ecosystem. That's obviously separate from policy. We don't, Applied doesn't do policy. We really talk about the technology. So it's been surprising how forward the Department of Defense and Department of War have been, even though we're complete separate entities. I think but with that being said, mining, construction, agriculture are all, commercial trucking, are all super, super interesting. I think a lot of people associate us with automotive because everyone has a car. And I went to the General Motors Institute, but our business is actually a majority outside of automotive. And so in each of those verticals, construction, mining, et cetera, we look at our OEM partners who really know the business. So we recently announced a very large, long-term relationship with Komatsu, a 6-year relationship to bring intelligence to these giant, dirt movers. That's going to impact mining globally, without any doubt. Komatsu is one of the largest manufacturers of mining equipment. So I think it's been surprising that all of these verticals are absorbing this technology. I think the main reason is if you're using ChatGPT in your day-to-day, it's hard if you work at Komatsu or if you work at CNH or if you work at Iveco not to think, well, how is this going to impact commercial trucking? And I think we tend to be the partner of choice in those discussions.
And do you think they're equally as difficult or easy across different verticals? So both from a technology perspective as well as from just like an industry structure perspective. If you were to say 10 years from now, which sector will be the most autonomized at that point in time versus the least, how would you rank them?
I wouldn't rank them that way. I think autonomy manifests itself in very different ways in each of those sectors. The way I would think about it is, what are the sectors that make the most amount of money and have the biggest impact to the economy? You're going to get a proportional impact. This city was built on an automotive heritage, but then also does construction and farming and other verticals. I think a similar thing will happen in autonomy. I think the thing that we'll all talk about is Waymo. We'll all talk about Tesla, but I think there's less likelihood that we'll talk about Komatsu or Scania, but those companies are absorbing this technology just as fast. Our business is to make all of these machines intelligent. That's fundamentally our mission, is to advance that. And I think that's going to happen in all these verticals. Absolutely no doubt. I think if we're having this conversation 5 years ago, having this conversation 10 years ago, there was always a lot of debate. And there were a lot of people who would say, I don't think self-driving is going to happen. There is nobody who says that anymore. That debate has been completely put to bed.
I agree with that, and that's extremely exciting.
It's definitely exciting for somebody who runs an autonomy company.
That's right. And for
I can pay for the expensive housing in California.
That's right. It's a good point. And for an investor in innovation. Fast forward to 2035. Where are we on the autonomy scale? Are we at 100%, 50%, 20%?
It's incorrect to think about this as a percentage. It's kind of like if I just asked you, we're sitting in 2005, let's go the other way, and I said, Morgan, how far are we on the mobile scale? At 2005, you have Motorola Razrs, you have Qualcomm phones. The iPhone comes in 2007, but people don't really adopt it, and the iPhone moment isn't in Flint Center, which is a mile from my house. That's not the iPhone moment. The iPhone moment is Instagram. The iPhone moment is WhatsApp. The iPhone moment is Uber, and that's when the value of the iPhone, or broadly speaking, smartphones, I should say Android phones because I'm a Google alum, are really manifesting. So I don't think we're going to have this just one day we're going to wake up and everyone's going to walk outside and there's autonomous vehicles everywhere and you'll start crying at the amazingness of the technology. It's very, very incremental. You'll go to college campuses, the shuttles will be autonomous. You're like, oh, that's interesting. DoorDash just announced their own delivery system, which is fully autonomous. You'll get a burrito and you're like, oh, that's interesting. Look at this little cute thing that delivered my... And at some point, whether it's 2035 or not, at some point, you will actually meet a vehicle which is not autonomous, and you will be in the airport or something, and somebody will be driving, and you're like, oh, this is really quaint. There's a human driver. And then you don't remember when that transition happened. And that's the nature of technology. I think in forums like this, we want very precise answers, but the reality is it's a gradient. It's a slow shift. And that slow shift is happening in all of these verticals right now. It's happening here in turn. I mean, Stellantis is here, and Stellantis is playing in this ecosystem. So, yeah.
I agree with that. We'll be like, what is this flip phone? Will be probably the response.
Yeah, exactly. And I think just like, if you meet anybody at the conference who has a flip phone, it's kind of like quaint. When you meet somebody who drives like, I drive an 87 manual diesel Land Cruiser, and people are like, oh, that's so interesting. You're driving a manual truck. I think that'll be about all cars. I think in 2035, driving is looking different. It's not going away, but it's looking very different.
There's a lot of entrepreneurs in this audience and future founders. If you were to leave them with one piece of advice, what would it be?
Don't do a startup.
Oh, man, I don't know. We might need to cut the end of that.
No. Everyone should hear the truth. Don't do it. I used to work at Y Combinator, and Y Combinator is like, you're like the 12, the 12 disciples of Jesus. You're constantly evangelizing how great startups is. This is my third company. And I say now often to people, nominal, Cameron used to work at Applied, and he's a friend. And I would say to people, to folks like Cameron, the worst thing that can happen, the second worst thing that can happen is your company fails. The worst thing that can happen is your company succeeds. Yeah, that's it. You're really in it. So I think the positives of the startup, ecosystem are now clear to everybody, and we talk about it. It's no longer debated. But I think we often don't think about some of the sacrifices that are required. But I think I say that all partly out of theater. I think most people should try to start a company earlier in their career when the risk is less and the reward is higher. And then as you become more mature in your career and the risk rewards changes and your experience changes, I think starting a company at 50 is probably not the best idea. But again, just like autonomy, it's a nuanced answer. Not everyone should do it, not everyone should not do it.
Well, thank you. I think grit may be the word of the conference.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. It's been wonderful to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
my great honor to be here and to moderate this session, a fireside chat with James. James is the managing partner of Lingoto, and he has invested across the globe in the tech space for the last couple of decades. So I think it's great to have the opportunity to hear from him what's the perspective, into today's tech world. So, from your perspective, what does it mean, investing globally today in the tech space? What is the views that actually you can form from the home market, like Europe, can be applicable to our investment in the US companies, in Asian companies, etc.?
Well, the first thing to say, Neil, is it's always a privilege to talk to you, and please disagree with me as we go along. But I actually think that companies globally rhyme. You need to have at least two common characteristics, and I'd probably argue three. The first one is that you need to have long-lasting exponential trends behind you. And those trends are almost by definition global in their
tailwinds.
Secondly, I think it's become very clear that you need those companies to have, at the same time, a profoundly different view of how the future will work out. One of my mentors always compared this to the first lines of the novel Anna Karenina, in which it says that all happy families are the same and all unhappy families are different. In investing, it's quite the opposite. All great companies are different. All bad companies are the same. So you really want companies to be able to talk of their difference. But the third one, which is what interests me going forward, is that I think actually the very notion of a regional or a national company is increasingly disappearing. And I think to have the opportunity to really embrace those exponential developments, you need to be a truly global company. So I think in a certain sense, differentiation will go away. And I think this model of very different corporate management styles will probably tend to disappear over the next 10 to 20 years.
But how difficult for like a startup or a technology company in Europe, for example, expanding globally? What is the sort of secret sauce for someone to that successfully versus not?
Yeah. My own view is that people don't examine enough those, sadly, as you well know, few European companies that we have that are truly successful, because they have managed to become global and they've managed to come at scale with a much more difficult background. So they really had to fight through all that. And I think if you look at, in particular, ASML and Spotify, they incorporate many of the most important principles around this, which is, above all, that this takes, as the previous speaker was saying, an extraordinary amount of challenge. And you have to be willing to invest for the next 30 years, dedicate your life to it for the next 30 years. And I really didn't like that whole sort of 2020, 2021 environment where it was just about counting up how many different billion-dollar companies there were, which were very often built on frivolity. You need these companies that are prepared to invest in the great depth of it all.
Right.
And I think these companies had it. And it's not to do with individuals who have the same reputation. I'm guessing, but I should think very few people in this room could tell me who were the CEO and Chief Technology Officer of ASML. An expression of ego, but great purpose and becoming truly global in what they were doing. The other Spotify example, that was directly, as you well know, competing with Amazon and Apple and the like, and their Chinese peer group. And yet Danielle was absolutely clear always that you had to think in terms of challenging those companies, and would frequently say, in a way that was completely different from most European investors and founders, you are not a serious company until you have 1 billion subscribers.
Yeah, so obviously, you mentioned SML and Spotify. These are the great example for European, tech leaders, right? And when you look at the tech leaders from Asia, from US, and you have been, investing to those companies over the last several decades, like I mentioned, what are the common traits or the characteristics that you're seeing among those companies, and whether it's European or the Asia, the US, and especially, what are the traits of these founders?
Yeah, I would genuinely be incredibly interested in your own thoughts about this. But, it seems to me that they are more identifiable than most people want to say. And I think, the importance of that only becomes evident over very long periods of time. So to use as a very current example, given the conversation between John and him tomorrow, I'll use the Jeff Bezos example of this. In that the other people I admire in the investment industry globally, at your level, Neil, is Bill Miller. And at one point, Bill and I were having a conversation, and he looked at me and said, "When did you first invest in Amazon?" And I said, 2003, 2004. And Bill looked at me and said, "What took you so long?" And I think that's absolutely right, because I think if you read the 1997 shareholder letter, which this point is making, there was plainly somebody who was interpreting the whole world in a very different manner from other people. And, I think that would be absolutely true of Jack Ma. I think it would be absolutely true of Elon Musk, if in some ways that are a bit more complicated than just admirable. So I think that very often these people's most defining characteristic is the bravery to think about how those transformational trends that we talked about earlier will play out, and be able to say it's going to be very different. I mean, we didn't know that was going to take us to AWS and the like, but those are inherent in the process.
Right, yeah, I think there's one thing that I feel very common among all the top founders, that they're long-term, views, and they're willing to invest for the long term. And it's easy to say that, but when you come down to someone who's really set up the strategy for a firm, for a startup, but you have to balance the different sort of goals, right? Having a very long-term view on what the company should be heading into, I think is a very, very important. And it's a differentiator among the founders of these different firms.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely right. I mean, to put it in a different way, you will probably remember the time with Amazon when it was talked about as this being a favor done by certain portions of the Western investment community for the good of consumers. No, it was about that long-term vision, and I think we're in entirely accord with that, and agree that it is more complicated if you're an ill-funded European startup to be able to get to that attitude.
Yeah. So when you look at the startup dynamics today, right, compared with 25 years ago, when the PC internet just started, become a well-accepted sort of product. Today, you have much more, leading players, right? The Magnum 7, and there's obviously a few leading players in Europe, in Asia, in China. So when a startup is thinking about, how he can find product market fit, how he compete in this world, right? What's your take on, how those companies is able to grow, to compete with those, big companies, the giants? I saw it's much more difficult today versus 25 years ago. And if any advice you give to them, what's the advice?
I sympathise, and it is challenging at the moment, but to try and put, which I think, again, we both know is absolutely the essence, the optimistic side of this. You know, I'd cite another Amazon-derived article in that the recently retired head of AWS said, look, people are misunderstanding what's going on at the moment because they think the excitement is to do with ChatGPTs and the like. But no, it's the next layer of companies built on that that's really important. And you know, I would turn it around and say, where do we have profound problems? And I am, at the moment, extremely interested, for instance, in the healthcare industry, because the quantities of data you need there are far greater. They're far more unique sets.
Yeah. And there's less company that, gigantic company in that space.
There is no trillion-dollar healthcare company out there.
Yeah.
And you know, I think there is a whole set of opportunities there that is very appealing. And I also think that these companies are by definition going to be using AI in certain senses, and that will give the opportunity, because many companies on the other side of it will be destroyed by not keeping up. Now, I happen to admire many Chinese companies' ability to carry on evolving and the like, but I think it's a major issue in the Western world.
Yeah, so find some sector which clearly, the disruptive technology can make a huge difference, and obviously also find that those sectors which new technology obviously could be very applicable. That's what the advice you give.
Yeah, the other one I would throw in, I do think that the entirety of our adult lifetimes, Neil, has really been lived under the shadow of that every time economic development picks up, the price of energy goes up, and you effectively manage to stymie all future gains. Now, I think that what's going on in solar plus batteries is so significant, and again, principally in China, but so significant that we will be talking about, within 5 years, a system of energy abundance, which makes everything else so much more possible. And in 10 to 15 years' time, energy being effectively free. And I think, what you can see, both the companies building that and the indirect beneficiaries of it represents an enormous opportunity.
Great. I think we are running a bit of time, but I want to ask you one last question, which is important. When you look at your investment thesis, what is one or two assumptions you have reversed over the last 1 to 2 years? Maybe because of general AI, but maybe something else.
No, I think it is something else, and I hope that it's one that you will appreciate, and please take my answer as being very serious on this level. So I used to have a little sign that I kept on my desk at home in Edinburgh saying, "Don't underestimate the Chinese." Now, I now have a sign saying I underestimated the Chinese, and I mustn't do that again. And I think the sheer drama and the sheer impact of what has been done in China in the last few years is truly staggering. And, I'd like to thank you for your own part within energizing that system.
Well, with that, thanks a lot for James for sharing his perspective, and let's give a round of applause. Thank you.
Okay.